9 o'clock, thank you. Welcome to the Ohio Vendors Representative Committee meeting. We have a packed agenda. A few reminders. We're going to do all we can to keep this meeting moving. We have a lot to get to. For those who want to speak, we want to make sure that we're being respectful to one another, not speaking over each other, and you know, keep being professional and working together, because that's what we're all here to do. We may not always agree, but we're here to work together to resolve any issues that may arise. So are we all in agreement?
Here.
First thing we're going to do is roll call, and I'm going to start with who's on.
Dave Regassa, Cincinnati. Alternate.
Did you, Chris?
Oh, Christopher Saban, OVRC Secretary. Sorry.
Mark Wood, Columbus Rep.
Missy Straight, Columbus alternate.
Seth Ryan, Cincinnati operator.
Frank Regassa, Cincinnati representative.
Annette Lutz, Toledo representative. Christy Howe, BD program manager.
Brian Miller, Department of Legal Services.
Sally Nunes, BE area manager.
Amy Seger, BSCI budget and data manager.
Higher Council BE consultant.
Who is that?
Higher Council.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
She's for Zanesville. Warville Sharp, BE area manager.
Keith Jamel, Dayton representative.
John McNamara, Cleveland rep.
Chris Johnson, Dayton alternate.
And I am Yvette Shackelford, the Zanesville rep and OVRC chair. The next order of business is approval of minutes. Do we have? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I missed that already. Let's recognize who's on the phone. Who's on the phone? Thanks.
Madam Chair, do you just want me to read
Read
them
them
all?
off. Yes.
Okay. Jeff Pilecki, Verna King, Catherine Jacoby, Layla George, Kelsey Burrier, Sabrina Hopkins, Dwayne Burkholder, Aaron Hopkins. And then we have some phone numbers. There's 269-720-7018.
Is that Mo, possibly? Michigan?
And we have a 614 that ends in 6452.
We need
Another
to-
614 that ends in 9585. And then I believe the other phone number is Lisa Litzner.
Okay. We're getting a lot of background.
Can you mute the?
Mute the.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I
Yes.
still think that the phone numbers, we need to ask those people who they are.
Yes, we do. Go ahead and Amy.
If you have a phone number that starts with 269 and 7018,
Unmute yourself and announce yourself.
I'd like to stop.
What is it? Can you repeat that?
We did a Whitaker and a. Is it Eugene Whitaker? Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
that was-
Eugene Whitaker is one of them.
Okay.
Okay. And who was the other person?
and then we have somebody that 614 that ends in 6452.
Ending in 6452, unmute yourself.
That's John Hill.
Did we recognize everybody?
And then there was one more 614 number that ended in 9585.
I think that was Eugene.
Eugene Whitaker.
That was him.
That was him.
The
It was
other one was.
269. Was it 269 area code?
He's going in 269 is more abusive.
Okay, well,
Oh, that is Mo, okay, Michigan. That makes sense.
Okay, the next order of business is approval of minutes. And that's-
you can do them without objection.
Any objection? Am I not saying it right?
Yeah, you just pass them without objection.
Are we passing them without objection? I hear none. Should I ask you?
No, you're good.
Okay, minutes are approved. And then, discussion of previous motions and VDE responses.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
We voted 6 to 9 months ago that we have an application to apply for a site, and that we should also have a standard application to apply for a site attachment. Orville, I believe you were working on that? We're still working on that. That fall off the burner a little bit, or?
Just a tad bit.
I know we have all these site attachments out right now. Right now is when we really could use that.
Anything else? So what do we do?
According to the report of motions from Christie, BSVI adopted all the suggestions of motions from the last meeting.
Yes, that's what I read. So, motion was adopted. Okay, we're gonna get to, public comment. Only one person I know, Keith said he wanted to make, and that, did anybody?
I never heard any.
Okay, we're gonna, go with public comment. We're gonna keep it within 5 minutes, or, go ahead, Keith.
Good morning, everybody. I'm trying to use the right words and not harm nobody. But at the same time, I'm at the same junction again where the Dayton area is not being asked questions. We had to bring, no, it's being brought to the full committee. And I know nothing about things. Unless I get in the email. You know what I'm saying? It's just a blatant disrespect. I'm at a loss for words. I would like somebody to help me understand the procedure for the disconnect. I just want to help somebody, but I can't help them if I don't know what the situation is, such as the facility 439, I think it is, and 440. That's in the Dayton area. I have never had any conversation about any of that until I got an email. And evidently, it's already been, pointed and
Madam Chair, I'm confused. Can you explicit,
439, 440.
yeah, what is it? What-
Madison County.
Madison County?
oh, it's Madison County.
Yes, Madison County.
Got it.
Still Dayton area.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and they're about to be open, and I have a operator, that been out of work since last year. And nobody even offered him anything. We got all kind of stuff, going around with this, but nobody's offering this man anything. I don't understand. We don't need to talk about it. Where's the disconnect? Help me understand, please. Anybody?
Keith, may I speak to you?
Yes, sir.
Chris, Dayton alternate. Keith and I have talked about this a little bit, and it's our understanding that generally, when questions concerning a particular facility and some change, for example, in this case on the agenda is the question of whether to combine 439 and 440, what's going to become of 1018, whether that those kind of questions would normally involve a discussion with the local committee before they would be involved on the, and before they would be placed on the OVRC agenda, so that the local committee could make a recommendation. You know, I think we operate on the assumption in this body that the local committee has the most accurate or closest perspective on circumstances at a given facility. And so I think historically we've tried to show some respect for the local committee and the fact that they've got a closer view than, say, my friend John up in Cleveland does about what's going on over in Madison County and what, you know, the particulars of those facilities. And so I think, as I understand my prior conversation with Keith, it seems like he's being sidestepped because he believes that this precedes my involvement as an alderman, that there's been a pattern of being sidestepped when it comes to questions about Dayton area facilities that would normally include consultation with local committee reps.
Madam Chair?
Annette?
Yes, Chris is absolutely right. Last month, we had, this is just a good example, facilities, I believe it's 840 and 804, which was the Mansfield route. And what happened was me and Dwayne and Sally and Jeff, we all talked about, and we kind of bounced it around, hey, we're gonna put these out as two different places, we're gonna put it out as one. What kind of recommendations should we bring to the committee? It wasn't our decision to make how to post it. That is the committee's decision, and it is in the case of these facilities too. But we were at least talked about what kind of recommendation we might make as a group to the committee. And that's something that Keith and Chris should have been allowed in this. They should have just seen that there was even any discussion of making changes with 439 and 440. They should have just found that out via the agenda.
And I do want to speak to something as well. Prior to me becoming the chair or going to Zanesville, I had made a commitment to attempt something at Pat, and I talked to Christy about this recently, and I just feel like the local committee at the time agreed, you know, that I would attempt it, and that's prior to me taking on OU. And I understand that, you know, we have folks out of work, and that's fine, but I still feel that it should have went to the local committee and talked with, Keith should have had input, Keith and Chris should have had input to making any changes on temps, because usually, that's who usually, it goes to the local committee to decide who's temping what and whatever, you know. And like I said, I'm fine with, you know, if the local committee decide to change anything, I don't have a problem with that. It's just that I think that Keith has a good point about it was happening when I was the alternate in Dayton, and it's still happening.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
outside of,
Yes, Dave, I'm sorry, Dave.
I'm kind of confused about who was overlooking the Dayton
Well,
local committee.
When it comes to the Dayton area, as far as temps and whatever's going on in Dayton, usually it comes to the committee or winds up being in the committee conversating about it, and we're, at least when I know, when I was alternate working with Keith, it wasn't coming to him. It wasn't coming to us.
Madam Chair,
yes.
I don't remember if it was last year or if it was very early this year when you were part of the Dayton local committee,
Yes, I was.
and you were skipped over. You guys were skipped over being involved, deliberately skipped over, and it was presented as an error, but apparently it's still going on. I kind of feel like some of this may have something to do with like different ideas from the chairs at the times. But I don't know if that's still, you're the chair now. I doubt you're still continuing that kind of idea that everything has to come to the committee, that the local committees are pretty much irrelevant, don't have the authority to act on anything. Hopefully that's not the mindset anybody has.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'm just curious who put 440 and the other one on the agenda today, and maybe we can find out from them why the local wasn't consulted before it was placed on the agenda.
I believe the Bureau put this on the agenda as far as this is what, you know. And I don't want us to get off track. It's just the fact that we think that we want to make sure that different standards are not being held for different areas. We want consistency. That's all Keith is asking for. And Keith and Chris is asking for us to be consistent.
And I think we do need, pardon me.
No, go ahead, Chris.
I think we all need, essentially, how could this have been different that might have been more pleasing to Keith and I? And if that's the question, if that's really the question, when I say more pleasing, I mean, would have been more consistent with the historical precedent of consulting the local committee. Well, area manager, Mr. Sharp, for example, might have contacted us and let us know that these locations are due to be open in a certain window of time, and that we're going to need to make some decisions about how they're going to be posted. And then we could have, because Mr. Sharp as the area manager for that region, and Keith and myself would be the selection committee. That's normally what we mean when we say the local committee. And so we could have had a conversation, but that's what did not happen. And so, you know, Mr. Sharp's a human being, we all make mistakes, but and he's relatively new in his position. So, and with a very, very busy schedule. So I understand how it can happen, but I think we need to try to, you know, alert the area managers to the damage in our cooperative relationship when those types of things happen.
Madam Chair.
And you got Christie.
Christie, I'm sorry.
I want to stay silent, I can't. I think a lot of the confusion, in my opinion, is that the rules have changed. The last rule package gave more power to the committee, and in my opinion, less power to the local. And I think that people are still in kind of the old system. The local in the rules gives power to the local for temping, and again, about what I said, I did say to you, and let me be clear on the right pat stuff, that I think we should consider people that are out of work, but let me be clear, it's up to the local. It will ultimately be up to the local. As for this Madison, I don't think the rules even give, and it makes no sense, Chris, and I think we should go back when we're opening up the rules, that there should be more influence on the local, on postings, on whether something should be, two facilities, one facility, one not. But the rule strictly says that, we have to actively participate with the full committee. And so I do think we can do a better job of informing the local regardless of the rules. That's something that, we can do. But I don't think anything was done intentionally, and we're still doing stuff by the rules. But yes, I think, and I hear you, Keith, yes, I hear you, and we'll do better.
Madam Chair?
Who was that? Julie Russell?
Yes, guys. You're there to represent your constituents. And I've talked to a lot of people. They want to at least try to put it out separate. Even if it doesn't make much, we've got 2 operators who will bid on them, knowing that they may not make much, just to get their feet wet. And so, I think it's only fair, since you're voted on by your constituents, to do as they want, not as what you want.
Any other public?
Madam Chair.
Frank?
Yeah, the comments I'm gonna make about this is, I do believe that when the rules are redone, we do need to restructure them to where, you know, for example, the local selection panel can say, yes, we can post this, unless it's a facility where there's a major format change, or there's a there's a major change, some major changes going on with that facility, to where just to make a decision about posting something doesn't, there's exceptions to the local, because like I just said, if there's gonna be a format change to that facility, that needs to come in front of the full committee and be discussed with management, or if there's going to be, a population change, and there's probably some other things I'm not thinking of, but you guys get the idea of where I'm going. I think, kind of tying it up to make a decision about posting a facility or not, to bring it to the full committee, just to post it. But if there's other issues there, then yes, it should come in front of this body and be discussed with management before a decision is made.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Keith?
another example is, we don't have these problems in Toledo, Cleveland, Athens, or even Cincinnati. It just resonates with me that always the Dayton area is the exception to the rule. I don't know why, but that's how I perceive it. And I would like for it to cease or show me what I should be doing. Please.
Is there,
Madam Chair?
Yes, and
One
that's,
suggestion I would have, and we don't do this necessarily as a formality in the Toledo area, but I know some areas do. We just kind of do it when we need to. But some areas actually have a set meeting where they sit down with the area manager and talk about stuff going on in the area. So my suggestion would be that they take up that, and maybe every month, every couple of months, Keith, Chris, Orville, and Scott even get together and sit down and talk about what all's going on in the area.
good, I believe that's a good suggestion.
Madam Chair,
Who's that, Orville?
that's something I can, set up, we can set up monthly until right packets, set up, and then we can move to bi-monthly.
You're right, we've got a lot of irons in the fire, so it does make sense to meet more frequently.
Yeah.
We want to, that is it for public comment. We're going to.
I do have a public comment.
Yes. Who's that speaking?
I'm sorry, this is Mo and still public comment.
Mo?
Yeah, speak up,
I
please.
just wanted to put my 2 cents about facilities. I think if you can maximize the income to the operator, that's the best way to go. I know we're business people, we're here to make money, and if a facility only makes $30,000 a year, that's not much of a living. If we can combine it to make $60,000 a year, I think that's the way to go. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Julie?
Madam Chair? Yes, you can always put satellites on those. And if you put satellites on those, even 1 or 2, which I know several of you have, then we can make them bigger and still have 2 facilities so we don't shrink.
Okay, we're going to be talking about 439, 440. I think Keith's comment was basically on procedures and how we go about doing things. We will be discussing that. We're going to move on.
Frank had a public
Oh, Frank, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Frank.
All right, good morning, everybody. I'm trying to speak loud enough so everybody can hear me. Last month, there was a public comment done which involved quote-unquote the health of the program. There was a lot of numbers given out. There was a lot of, I would say, innuendo and suggestion. But I talked with one person on that list, and I asked if I could use his name. And my point to all of this is numbers tell a story, but numbers don't always tell the whole story. So, it's facility 408, which is operated by Patrick Koo. And I talked to Patrick about what went on in 24. And why those, especially the net, because that's what was highlighted in that public comment. And his facility underwent a format change last year. He took over, I don't know, and it might have even been more. I know at least 90 beverage machines. He did tell me that the SLA spent about $6,000 worth of inventory, but that still wasn't adequate, but they did spend $6,000, and that is a lot of money. But he had to buy an additional $20,000 to make sure all of these machines, glass fronts, stackable gravity machines, were all up and running. So he spent 20 grand on inventory. In addition to that, or to compound that, he had to, his van or work truck died, and he had to buy a new one, whether he wanted to or not. And that required, to get it financed, required a $10,000 down payment. So we're talking about, 30 grand, and that's going to affect net. Now, he was going to get me his MIRs for last year and this year, but there was, and I'll get to that in just a minute. But my point to all of this is there was an explanation there. It's not that someone was stealing, that someone was doing anything wrong. They were running their business and also invested in their business. And my point to all of this is we are the representative committee. There's only a few operators in this program who can afford to go out and hire an attorney or attorneys. And just about all of the time, the representation the operators get comes from somebody of this body or members of this body. And we should never, ever be openly indicting operators in an OVRC meeting. We are the representative committee. We are supposed to be representing them. Now, I'm going to leave that at that. On a more somber note, on Tuesday at Facility 408, Patrick's facility, him and his brother were on campus. They were working, trying to prep and get everything done. His brother collapsed. And, oh my God. And they couldn't revive him. So, and that's one of the reasons I couldn't get some additional information from Patrick. The other thing he pointed out to me was there were people in this room who had access to the information I'm telling you guys now. BEP management should have known or do know that facility underwent a format change as business consultant. So there are some issues there that need to be sorted through, and I just wanted to make, most of the time, if we'll reach out, if we think something's wrong, reach out and talk to the vendor, talk to the operator. 99% of the time, there's a logical and reasonable explanation. It was also pointed out to me that there was a facility highlighted on there that had a 1.88% net, and it was brought to my attention that was entered wrong somehow in the big book. So, and I don't know who that operator is, but yeah, that one looked really weird, but if it was entered incorrectly, then, that's it. And my final part of this is, my final part of this is, let's not weaponize the big book. If we're going to weaponize the big book, then I'm not even sure that we need it. And the last thing I will say, like I said, on a more somber note, remember Patrick and his family in prayer, and especially remember his brother's family, a wife, and I believe 2 kids, that have to continue on without him. So lift them up in prayer if you believe. If you don't believe, positive thoughts for Patrick's brother David's family. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
We're going to be moving on here in a minute. I hope John would be the last person.
I just want to respond. I brought that to the attention of everybody. It is public information. It is just numbers. It is a way to identify inventory anomalies. It is not and like you said, there was one in there at 1%. And it's the point of, we had 5 stands out of 40 that actually had anything that looked out of place. One we found out right away was a miskey, which is a very common mistake in inventory. Then exactly as you say, Frank, we asked Patrick, and there are explanations. And it's just to look at, instead of shotgunning the entire program, let's audit every single one out of 40 and waste the state's already, pressed that we can't get forms out that we voted on 9 months ago. This would make them laser focus their time. Okay, we only gotta look at 5. Patrick, what happened at yours? This is what happened. All right, cool. Oh, we have a miskey on this one. Let's fix that. That fixes that. It's just just looking for inventory anomalies. It was nothing personal. It's not weaponized. It's facts. It's what the numbers say. And I mean, should we not ask if one person's paying $90,000 for payroll and the next closest is at $34,000? You know, they may not be doing anything illegal because they're paying their wife $3,000 a week, but it's still a fact of what's going on.
Okay, we're gonna move on.
But it was nothing personal.
We're gonna move on. Let's, 119 servicing, Christie?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
And Ryan's here if I screw this up, so, to fix it. So, 119 servicing, we've got our rules, but there's also rules that govern the 119 process. And it has been historic that you had to send everything by certified mail. You get the green little thing back saying that the person did receive it. They're changing, just like kind of like in the vein of everything's going more electronic. And what they would like to do is use a service and use email. And I would like your guys' opinion about it. They still need to have proof that people are receiving it. And so there are services out there that, software suites that will prove that they received it.
Just to clarify, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
And
Brian.
Ryan?
Yes, BR.
Okay.
This is as a result of a change in the law in Chapter 119 that used to require service by certified mail, and now they've changed the actual statute. So in 119 hearings, it's permitted now to serve by email. There are requirements, as Christy said, that you have to show that the email was not only received, but that it was viewed, and there's services that provide that. So we wanted to bring it to the committee for discussion on whether or not that they feel it would be appropriate. It would save some time. Occasionally, certified mail just ends up disappearing. You can track it online and see that it never gets delivered, or there's delays in that. The email
I'm sorry, who was first in that?
Annette was first.
Annette.
I was just gonna say, I think it's good to do, I'm one of those, that if I get a certified thing, especially if I know what it is, I don't bother to go get it. It's at the post office. They don't catch me at home. I just let it ride. I'm not anywhere to go get something. But so email's great. The one thing I would ask, and maybe you can't, but VR does something that's very annoying in their emails. They send these secure emails that you gotta sign in for. If you can arrange not to do that, because those are a pain in the keister to try and get into. So.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's a particular, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Brian.
That's a particular service, and the reason for that is because if they're sending any kind of confidential personal information, personally identifiable information, they send it in a secure server so that it just to protect that information. I don't believe that would be applicable here. We'd probably review a couple different services. In fact, we probably would a couple different services to see who does it a preferable way, the way we like it. But it's just to get the conversation started to see if that's something that OVRC would be okay with.
Who's next? Seth?
I guess my question is, I'm not sure, so if somebody could answer this for me. Is there a requirement in Ohio Administrative Code besides just a statement that we have to abide by 119? And if so, what would we need to change to be able to go to email?
Nothing. There's nothing that needs to be changed. We could start serving you by email now. The code allows it. It's just a matter of, is there any kind of objection to that we can address?
So, just to clarify, sorry, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
There's nothing in the rules right now that states you have to service by mail, just that you have to apply by.
Correct, you have to apply Chapter 119, and Chapter 119 changed to allow email service.
Thank you.
I just from my thing, my husband don't like to read the mail, so I'm fine with the email. That would probably be great. Annette, do we would need a vote on this, or a motion or something, or vote, or
I
what?
don't know, since it's already in the law and all that, I don't know that.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, so,
would you need to do something, because if we're required now to do something to open an email, would that be considered active participation for something an operator has to fill out and return?
Brian, is there something?
I want, are you asking that the act of receiving the email service of the notice of hearing?
If we have to fill something out to open that email,
You should not. It would
I mean,
just,
to make it that, I'm sorry, that it's legal, that, you know, they send it to us and we have to put in a code or something. I'm just wondering if that's something that we have to avoid future problems, is that something that we have to, that the committee would have to vote on?
Well-
Because it's something we have to fill out as part of BE program.
Well, I believe that's what Annette is speaking about. We're hoping that we don't have to, am I right, Annette? You're speaking to
Yeah,
hope that
that's
we
what I
don't
was
have
trying to
to.
know, but, I mean, we can do a motion, I just don't know if it's
Yeah, Madam Chair.
necessary.
Yes, go ahead.
I'll move that we agree to allow service for 119 hearings via email.
Dave, I'm sorry, what was your?
Well, if Annette made a motion, she's going to get a second.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Frank seconded. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, I was only going to say that I'm kind of with Annette. My only concern would be that these emails would not be plagued with incessant two-factor authentication and too much security. If you can't access them, there's no point in servicing, sending service by email.
Any more discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Frank?
on the suggestion, friendly amendment that we make it I don't know how we do that, make it a secure email, I'm not sure how we do that.
Make it not secure. We don't want it secure.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
On the point of the friendly amendment, to make it that it's an email from a secured service as opposed to, so we won't allow in the future for Christie to send out an email and say that's your 119 hearing. So a secured, like as required by law. I just think using the word just email is a little open because then that allows any email to comply with it.
Brian, do you have a?
my suggestion would be just to state as allowed by 119 or as required by chapter 119 of the revised code. And that way, it has safeguards in place specifically to address most of your concerns.
So do we need to
I'm
amend it?
happy with amending the motion to require the words as required by 119.
Second.
And that was Frank? Okay, that was Frank.
Yes.
As
Okay, any more discussion? Can we, ready for the vote? Annette?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Who are we?
Your
Keith?
Yes.
You.
And I
John.
vote yes.
Oh, John.
John?
I really don't know enough on this subject. I'm going to abstain from voting either way. I don't want to make an uninformed decision, so I'm just going to abstain. It's not going to affect anything.
Okay. We're gonna, now the discussion, open up for facility 439 and 440. Whoever wants to start that discussion.
Madam Chair,
Frank?
I think before any decisions can be made, we need to hear some, now maybe I'm wrong about this, but I think we need to hear some sales data, whatever you want to call it, to kind of at least get a perspective of where we're
Orville, can you share the sales data from the facilities prior to the shutdown, the closing of the facility?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Amy, I'm sorry.
sorry, yesterday, I know I was a little bit late sending the budget reports, but I also included, sales data from fiscal year 22 to year-to-date 25 on all the facilities that were on the agenda, just so everybody would have them. That was yesterday. So I have,
If you,
what is it?
if you wanna read it, or
Yeah,
somebody wants to.
so facility 439 in fiscal year 22 was $94,336. Fiscal year 23, it was $106,504.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, are these gross or nets?
Sales.
These are gross
Gross
sales.
Sales, gross
Yeah,
sales.
Thank you.
Fiscal year 24, it was 102,358. And then, of course, closed in 25. And then 440, facility 1018 was a part of 440 in fiscal years 22,
Yeah.
23, and then it was separated in December of 2023, so the first 2 years include the Logan, East and West Bayonne Rest area. So that is, for fiscal year 22, 89,965. For fiscal year 23, it was 99,662. In 24, it was 90,924. So then once 1018 broke off, for the remainder of fiscal year 24, that was 35,257. And then year-to-date for 2025 was 33,806. If you need me to add and combine any for those totals, let me know.
And
Yeah, I'm a little confused on a couple of things.
that 33 was due to closure, right?
Yeah, it closed in October. Is that what you said, Frank?
I was just asking that last number I heard, that 33,000 and whatever it was, is probably due to it being that's shut down right now.
And Madam Chair,
Dave?
was I next? I
Yeah.
think I was. So 440 for 24 did, or I'm sorry, for 23 did 99,662, and then for 24 did 90,924, but in 23, 1018 was part of that. And it did less than let me make sure I'm on the right thing.
1018, you lost about 10,000 in sales, or 9,000 in sales when you lost 1018.
Yeah, but according, for 24, where it reads 90,924, and then 1018 did it 35,257, 440 only dropped, $9,000 or $10,000, while 1018 brought in 35,257.
Well, was that with the new building?
No, it's not open yet. I just give a little background. Once we broke it up, I temped, and I had 439 in those years, and then I temped 440 after when it was due to close when we broke it off, and that's why I'm a fan of combining these two, because I believe I'm familiar with this location, and I believe that it's a good facility. Again, I think that we need to increase the income. I understand that, people may disagree, but I believe that we need to try to generate better facilities for when we're putting these locations out there, and actually set some standards of what is a good facility, and because of the cost of goods and everything going up. And there's lots of locations that we have that's not being bid on, that you have people continuing to temp or whatever because nobody's bidding on it or available. I understand that what Julie was talking about is these new licenses or whatever. How I got Columbus, because I moved. You gotta go to the job. And I believe that we have to get some of these new licensees to be willing to go where a location is. And for this facility, particularly we're talking about, combining will make a good facility.
Madam Chair.
Okay, hold on one second. Who was first? John?
First from.
And then Annette, you'll be next.
I would like to, what I consider a good facility that we put together, we shouldn't make any facility that's less than state average. That's just dragging the program down. Pretty much, if we're gonna put out facilities, we should work to combine stuff, whatever we gotta do, so that each facility is higher than the state average. And that's how the programs will get bigger and better things for everybody. And absolutely right on, your license does not say Cleveland, Columbus, it says Ohio blind vendor.
Annette?
Okay. First of all, we don't know what these numbers are gonna be. The machines are gonna be moved into the main building. So the historic information is somewhat irrelevant. It means something, but we don't know what the increase of that's gonna be. We also don't know if Buc-ee's will or will not have an impact on it. Might not. It's a little ways away from there, but it might have some impact. There's a lot of unknowns here. Dave pointed out that when different operators ran them, if you would have added the sales of, say, 1018 to 440 when Yvette and I were running them, they were quite a bit larger than what they appeared to be prior to that. So there's a lot of unknown. I think it would be irresponsible of this committee to make an uninformed decision, especially when it could potentially take away an opportunity for somebody, without first finding out what these will do. Now, ideally, it would be great to get operators in there, help get it set up, the assigned operators. But if that can't be done, then it can't be done. We need to know the numbers. So before a final decision is made on this, we should have them tell.
Madam Chair.
Seth?
Yes, just to have a few clarifying, the number, Amy, the number you said, when it's split from 1018, how many months? I have a follow-up question.
December of 23.
I'm sorry?
December of 23.
So 1 month was 35,000?
No,
Madam Chair.
FFY, so.
Amy?
So fiscal year 24 starts October 1st, 2023. So there were 2 months that it was a part of 440 and then it split. So that number for 1018 would be from when it broke off December until the following September.
I was asking about the 440, the number for this, 1018 is irrelevant in this, correct? Or is 1018 now 440?
1018 is still a part of what I think we're running, but I think we added it back on, did we not, as a committee when?
Well, right now, and that's temping it.
Yeah.
But I think it was being held in the temp status until some of this stuff was resolved. For example, if 439 and 440 were not part of the same facility, then it was more likely that 1018 would go back to being attached to 440.
No, Madam Chair.
But that was kind of, we were letting the dust settle and go ahead, Seth, I'm sorry. I was just.
So my question is, so it was, thank you, Chris. It was separated because we were closing down to remodel, and they took the other part of 1018 to keep it running. Is that why it was separated
No.
from 440?
Seth,
Yes, sir.
it was when I took over the temp, when the prior operator retired, I did not want to drive way out to, what is it, Belmont County?
Logan County.
Logan County is, because the location was a distance away, and out of mind.
So,
And then-
I'm sorry, do you mind, I'm just trying to figure out that the committee decided to separate 440, not because the committee made a decision that 440 could stand on its own. It was a decision by the operator to separate other parts.
It was logistics.
Okay, so the committee has not voted that 440 is a standalone site or a standalone facility. It's just that way now because you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. After Sally on.
Okay, Sally.
I was just gonna say, there was a motion in a previous meeting where you all motioned to put the Logan County rest areas at 1018 back with 440.
I thought so.
Yeah.
I thought so.
And Madam Chair, that,
Yes, Dave.
that was my question. What exactly are we talking about combining here? Is it 1018 to 440 or was it
No.
439 to 440?
It's 439 and 440. 1018 actually is still a part of 440. But we was talking about combining those two rest areas.
Oh, 439.
439 and 440. And, really, the site attachment, which is, that's what 1018 is, a site attachment, is still really a part of 440 until we just basically figure out what we're going to do with, you know.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
I don't get a vote, but I think I agree with Annette here that we don't really know anything concrete yet. And I think it would, I agree with her, I think it would be kind of short-sighted to make decisions now until we know more.
1 second, and that.
I was gonna say, and the other thing we have is the fairly new facility, it's some initials, but it's the training academy.
CI and OPOC.
Yes, that is very close to there, that could be added to one of those as well. And we're still learning numbers on that. I mean, that's a fairly new thing. So we have a lot of things we don't know. It would, like I said, it'd be short-sighted to do anything with it without knowing what they can be.
I do have one thing I do want to speak on that. I mean, and I don't have a problem with that. Only issue that I would say is Apata also could help someone else in that Dayton area with their facility, like maybe a Gary Black or I don't know his facility number. I hate to say his name, but I don't know his facility. Or, you know, I think that these site attachments should be set up to help increase and help those whose facilities are not making more money or not doing, you know what I mean? I understand, but these two rest areas are right across from each other, and it's not like we do not have operators who are running locations in the rest areas that have both sides of the highway. It's not, and I know we have a combination of different things all over, but you know, and if temping is what the way the committee to see what the numbers are, I still say that I believe that the Buc-ee's is going to make a difference in, you know, everybody's familiar with Buc-ee's, make a difference along 70. And I just, this is my main thing. I want to try to see us bring everybody's income up and make better facilities. And site attachments have their place, but we still got some facilities out there that still need help.
Yes.
Who was next? I'm sorry.
I believe.
Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question for Orville. Do we have at this point an estimated date when the two Madison County rest areas will come back online?
Madam Chair, November 17th.
November 17th? Okay, so if I were to take the liberty of building on Annette's rationale that there's so many questions involved, I think it makes sense for this committee to consider a motion, which I'm not able to make because I'm an alternate, but to consider a motion that would essentially move to have those facilities temp through March of next year for purpose of getting some numbers and then posting the vacancies. Or reconsidering the question of combination.
Madam Chair,
Keith?
what Chris said, can we make that a motion?
You have
Madam
to
Chair?
make the motion.
Yes,
You have
Mark?
to speak the words.
I don't think that that's enough time, because that's winter months.
Well,
For a rest area, that's not gonna,
but they have kind of known percentages of sales. We have enough experience in the rest area business that if we know what they did December, January, February, March, we can extrapolate what a full year is gonna look like based on what we know about all the other rest areas around the state. So if we say that those 4 or 5 months would make up something like 35% of sales, then we can project what the rest areas ought to be based on that. I'm just trying to get them online, rather than tie them up in the best months of the year when we are most likely to be able to attract bidders. I'd hate to see us keep them under temporary contract through next summer and not give that person who's coming in and assuming the long-term business responsibility the leg up of strong sales at the offset. Yeah.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion that we temp facilities 439 and 440 as 2 separate facilities until through May of 2026.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Frank, second.
okay?
Any more discussion?
Madam Chair?
Yes,
I
Frank?
I do believe we need 6 months because we just don't want to do December, January, February. Some rest areas start getting a little bit better in March, but sometimes that's contingent upon the weather. We really need April and especially the month of May, and I think that will give us a pretty good reading to try and make informed decisions.
Well, potentially, these may or not, because I think for the most of our locations reopen on time. I think we had delayed a couple of them, so there's a possibility that all this might be pushed back.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Dave.
Are these scheduled to reopen? According to Amy's spreadsheet, they're closed right now.
Yeah, they are closed. They opened November.
November 17th.
Oh, okay. And that's assuming they open on time.
Yeah, that's assuming they're opening on time, so all this could be a viewpoint.
So right now, 1018 is still a part of 440, but it's open and operating.
Yeah, it always happened. It has not went under anything, because it was 4 machines?
There's 4 machines, 2 sides of the road sitting outside.
Yeah.
And
it was a site.
yeah, and I'm just running it because those other ones are closed now, and someone had to fill the machines.
My question is who's going to jump at a potential temp agreement that when the rest area is not even open yet and may or may not open on time?
Madam
I
Chair.
will drive right by them.
Madam Chair, I think we would, obviously, if they don't open on time, the committee would reconsider the dates of the temp, and take that into consideration.
I agree. Any more discussion? You ready to take the vote? Let's take the vote. Annette?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
John?
Yeah.
Keith?
No,
Chris?
No, Chris, don't get.
I don't have a vote.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You do that,
I'm sorry. I
The
do.
boss said no.
It's on you.
I'm gonna go ahead and say yes. What was that vote count?
5 to 1.
5 to 1.
The motion, it passed, it passes. I'm sorry, I don't have the proper language, and, let's move on.
Motion
to-
passed.
Yeah, it passed. Facility 732, am I right?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can you say where the
Miami
facility
County.
is?
Facility 732, Miami County.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Southbound 75 Miami.
Thank you.
That don't say
Chair, is there another facility?
Yeah, it does.
It does.
Yeah, well, it doesn't say southbound, it says Miami.
It's just the one side of the road is
Oh, yeah, it's
vacant.
the
The
Gary
spreadsheet
Black's on
says
the other
732 southbound,
That's the
75
sign.
Miami.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, I'm going by the agenda, I'm sorry. So, I'm not sure what
Madam Chair?
locations. Yes, Annette?
I move that we post facility 732, to put it out for bid.
What, Annette, may I ask, what facility is this one?
This is I-75 southbound Miami County.
Is this the one Laura was?
Yes, it's across the road
Okay.
from Gary Black.
Okay,
We have sales numbers.
yeah.
Not very good compared to the last one.
Anita, this was posted and didn't get bidders, is that right? Gary's temping it, I think, is that?
No, it's closed.
It's closed?
Yeah.
For a remodel?
Yes.
Who's that? Or,
Facility 732 southbound 75, Miami, federal fiscal year 2022, it's 78,633. This federal fiscal year 2023, it did $88,639.18. And federal fiscal year 2024, it did $92,614.25.
again, I'm gonna be consistent. Why didn't we try to, what is Gary's Back's location? Did we try to maybe, help him or combine? I don't know, I mean, I'm still trying to help those operators who have those mediocre facilities. It's right across from his. Why aren't we considering that? Why would we put that out as a facility?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Keith?
and that's what I was referring to Gary Black. He still doesn't have a facility. And I agree with putting it together, but we never got to that junction in conversation.
Madam Chair, we can't by rule put it together. The only thing we could possibly do is put it out as a site attachment, and then maybe Gary gets it, but maybe he doesn't. You can only put stuff together if they're both vacant.
Okay.
Another hamstring.
Well, let's just say particularly, his facility is right there, across from it. Who would be closer than him if we're, oh, what are you?
Madam Chair.
Okay. Yes, Dave?
I mean, I'm not trying to like complicate things, but if we were concerned about 440 and 439 with $90,000 of sales, how are we going to post a facility that only has 92,614 for FY24?
Madam Chair?
Yes,
I
Annette?
withdraw my motion, and I'm gonna make a different motion.
Okay.
For the same reason that we did the 440, 439. We
Okay.
don't know the impact of being inside. There is no Buc-ee's opening in this area. So I'm gonna move that we temp facility 732 through May of 26.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Frank said, any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Are they on the same calendar for real?
Yes.
Seth?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure I got in here. I'm actually calling into question what Christie has stated as by rule that we cannot add it to, and I'm reading the rule right now because I thought we had the ability to add to a facility if we wanted to. Yes, according to OAC 3304-121 or 03A. I'm just going to go ahead and read it. Whenever a facility or site becomes available or is proposed to become available, BE shall first determine whether a temporary bureau operator agreement is required to ensure continued operations as outlined in paragraph E of Rule 3304-121-6 of the Administrative Code. If continued operations are not required, BE shall determine with active participation from the OVRC whether the facility or site should be attached to another facility. By rule, you can't, I don't think we should, but by rule you can't. I just wanted to make sure that everybody knows that statement is untrue. By rule, we are allowed, the committee is allowed to attach a site or facility to another facility.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, the only thing I'll say to that is, but the process later in that rule that it allows us to attach is the site attachment policy. So yes, we could, through active participation, decide to attach it to something, and then we would have to go through the site attachment process. We couldn't just say, here you go, and give it to somebody.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
the rule clearly states facility or site.
Yes, so a site has a site attachment policy.
It clearly states that we can attach it. It
Yes.
doesn't say that we have to bid it to attach, because the site attachment is a completely separate
It
part
is.
of the rule.
And we have a process for how we attach sites.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Keith.
I just want to hear what the process is.
Yeah, somebody,
We put it out for bid and people write that goofy letter.
the letter of interest.
Of interest, then the selection panel gets together and uses 3 factors to determine of the bidders, based on like facility, net income and distance, which ones it should go to. So if the committee said, let's use this rule and we're going to attach this, we're gonna make this a site attachment. So then it would go out for bid as a site attachment, and whoever wanted to bid on it would bid on it. And then you guys, as the local selection panel, assuming one of you didn't bid on it, would serve to determine which facility of the bidders it went to.
Madam Chair.
1 second, Keith.
So, again, I'm gonna say this, we have an operator out of work that could make more money, tipping, whatever word you wanna use, the facility right across the street from his facility. Ain't that make sense to me that why we're not doing it?
Seth, and then I'm gonna say something.
Yeah, so, again, according to the actual rule, you can attach a facility, you can attach a site without the bidding process, because another option is to post it, which is the bidding process.
Madam Chair,
Chris?
I think we've got 2 separate questions here. And Annette's motion, which I believe is the motion on the floor at this time, is that we temp 732, and as a displaced operator, to speak to Keith's concern, I think Gary would be looked upon favorably by the local committee in assignment of that temp, because of his experience in that similar format, as well as, established proximity to the facility. And so, I think that, yes, he should be assigned that temp. But the permanent attachment, I think, is a separate question depending on what numbers we see out of the temp agreement. So I don't think we need to really worry about the question of, Gary, what's the number of Gary's other facility that's closed down right now?
447.
427.
447.
47, thank you. So what do we know about the schedule for reopening on 447?
Same time.
Pardon me?
Madam Chair, I was gonna say, it's gonna open the same time as the one across the road. They'll open the same day, so when it does reopen, and I don't have a problem with Gary doing that, I'm not saying that, but he won't be displaced when it does come.
Yeah, but he has some
But he has,
financial hardship.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not arguing against Gary.
We know that $350 a week ain't a lot of money.
Yes, exactly.
So on that basis, I think that right now, I know Annette's motion has a great deal of merit that we tempt the thing and see what these facilities look like once they're reopened.
And Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm kind of confused about what Keith's contention is. Is Keith's contention that it should be combined with Gary's closed facility? And also, my other question is, in terms of when a site attachment is posted and you submit a letter of interest So the proximity is one of the primary factors, which for something that goes statewide, proximity is one of the primary determining factors. I'm not sure why it would go statewide, because somebody who's on the other side of the state's obviously not going to have as good of a chance of getting it as someone much closer. But our displaced operators, given preference in site attachments for, you know, when that goes out and a letter of interest, our displaced operators given any kind of preference in those selections.
No, but what we're saying, this is again, I think we need to look at bringing up the income with these low volume locations, combining them, doing something, but so the idea is, which is what Annette's motion was, let's temp it, and yes, his facility's opening up at the same time, but let's temp it, see what the numbers are, see if it's, what from past history, it's not a very good location. It wasn't doing well. But if we temp it, we can revisit this and see if it should go out as a site attachment or if it's a standalone facility. I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but you know, it may increase some, but is it enough to make a facility? Probably not, but we will see in the numbers. And I think he's just saying that Gary, he feels have not had an opportunity to, and I think the 350 just started with this as far as even the stipend that you're getting. I think Gary was getting the 250.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
It's a different discussion, I'm
Yes.
sure, but I do think that displaced operators should probably get some kind of preferential consideration when it comes to temps and things like that.
Yes. And I agree with you, Dave. Any more discussion on it? And we have a motion on the floor, right? Any more discussion? You were all ready to take the vote? Annette?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Keith?
To temp it.
That was the temp facility 732
Yes.
until May.
John? And I vote yes. The vote is unanimous.
You got
840,
yes.
facility 841.
Motion
Madam
passed.
Chair.
Yes, Sally?
Facility 841 is a conglomeration of a whole mess of sites, and God bless Mark Wood for driving all over to run that. I personally don't suggest that it go out as a facility as it is. I'd like to work with Mark and the local committee to reconfigure using what used to be 415, which was Ben Williamson's. It's been part of 841. And then also look at Dave Cunningham's facility, which is 515, and taking those two and making better facilities out of it, as opposed to just posting it as is. I mean, Mark, maybe you weigh in.
What, can I ask, where is 841, where is this location?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mark.
841 consists of Pataskala, Coshocton, Mount Vernon, Newark, and Cambridge.
And they're OSU facilities by majority, right?
Right.
Are these colleges, or are these, Madam Chair, are these colleges?
Yes, I'm not sure, Mark, are these?
All but the one in Cambridge, which is the rest area, and what's that other building? Behavioral.
Developmental Center.
Yeah.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Annette?
I would say I like Sally's idea of working with the locals, which would be you and Larry, to kind of figure out what to do with all this. Ben Williamson and Dave Cunningham's and all the stuff that Mark's doing, and we might even have some secondaries that we're gonna get in the spring that might fit in with some of that, and come back with a suggestion. I don't think we should make any decision today. I like Sally's idea of seeing what you guys come up with.
I do have a question. Is it also possible that these would be, some of it might be put out as a site attachment? Is that,
Madam Chair, I think that the Cambridge, that's part of 841, which is the rest area, and should be put on to 515, because you'll have 3 rest areas in a small community college within 50 miles. The rest areas ain't that, I mean, you think rest areas, they're not what, big boomers. So they're kind of small rest areas, but they all got their own storage, and they got that little college, which I don't know what it's going to do, because I haven't been there during the school year yet, so.
Okay.
But it's only 7 machines, so it probably ain't going to do a whole lot. But then OSU is so scattered, and since they're all part of OSU, I understand that's part of the contract that we can't get rid of those. So that, I don't know, that'd have to go out as one big attachment there, if you put it out there.
How many, I'm sorry, Mark, how many buildings is it?
8.
Is it one campus or is it?
Yeah, 8, no, it's 8 on campus and then 3 branches. 1 branch in Pataskla, 1 in Coshocton, and 1 in Mount Vernon.
I think that was what my question was, so could we separate those as site attachments, or, I mean, I know we can discuss it, but what was your opinion? And I know we're not making a decision today.
Yeah, it does really, I mean, it does okay, but the problem is with the OSU is there's no storage.
Okay.
And you gotta have a vehicle, because you gotta go do Coshocton, Mount Vernon, Pataskla. So that's really gonna hurt the numbers on OSU in the long run. But yeah, then that's your guys' decision on how you want to break it up. But I don't know anybody who'll take
Madam Chair.
any of the other ones without that one.
Just a clarification, what did you mean by we can't? Is there some form of contract that we can't separate those 4 campuses?
That's the understanding I was under.
Madam Chair,
yes,
towards
sir.
the Bureau, is there a contract that says we can't have 4 different operators in those 4 different campuses?
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, you bet. I think Sally
Yes,
was
Annette.
wanting the floor. Sally just asked for the floor.
It's okay. Seth, no, it doesn't specify that there can't be 4 different operators. When we took over OSU, it was, we take all of the campuses or none of them, basically, so we can't just not have somebody run them.
Yeah, it's not different operators. I was talking about we can't take that facility away, and somebody can't drop it. They can't say, I don't want that.
Thank you.
That's what I mean.
Well,
Right.
an operator could spin it off, but somebody else would have to temp it. The SBI isn't in a position where they can have it unassigned.
Right, and the problem is, you wouldn't, I mean, they do like a couple $100 a month.
Yeah, I don't know whether anybody in Akron, Canton would be interested in something to shop it or not.
So Mark, that was your point. If you take one piece away, it really takes away from, if you take the bigger piece away, then the main, the
Right.
smaller ones wouldn't be,
Desirable.
yeah, desirable.
Right.
So are we going to table this discussion, or what was your suggestion in that?
Madam Chair, I believe that the local selection panel and Mark, I think it would be very beneficial to have Mark as part of your discussion, should all get together and bring back ideas to the committee on what to do with all of that Southeast Ohio stuff. No, that wasn't a motion.
We don't need any motion on
No,
it.
no,
Okay.
you just,
All right, so we're gonna table that. Facility 169, JPEG, the federal building in Cincinnati. Sorry, next.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Frank?
and I'll state part of this, and then I think Oracle or Christie or one of them will take it. So, as everybody knows, Facility 169, the JWPEG Federal Building downtown, operated by Mel Arnold since 1984. Over from Jeff told Dad back then. But anyway, Mel has decided that he is retiring as of August 29th. And he did also, and he told me this probably very early in August, that he was trying to get a hold of Tanya and then Oracle, and I told him, go ahead and get a hold of Oracle, and to communicate that to management, because Tanya was out or is out. Anyway, getting to the point, I put it on there because as a committee and management, we are going to have to figure out what to do with this facility. Mel Arnold did share with me that he does not believe this should continue to be a cafeteria. He said the sales aren't there. He said, in early, I guess, February, March, when the federal government made everybody return to their offices, their sales picked up some. But he said about half of those people that returned took the buyout, so the building kind of returned to where it was. Anyway, that's why I put it on here, because the facility, and we're probably not going to be able to decide today, but I wanted everybody, the committee and management in the know. Management, I believe, already knows, but we are going to have to figure out what format will fit best down there. And I think we also have, I believe he has a couple vending machines maybe outside of the cafeteria that, from what I understand, do pretty well sales-wise, maybe to the tune of like $1,000 per month combined. So just some things to think about. And I believe I've seen in an email that Orville, is it Orville and Christie, or Christie and Orville are going to go down to that location Thursday of next week. So that's what I have, and I'll let management kind of take it from here. And I will say, on behalf of this committee and our program, congratulations to Mel on a long and successful career.
Absolutely.
Madam Chair.
Orville?
Yes, Frank is correct. Chrissy and I were going to head there next Thursday to walk with the grant board and also check the cafeteria, meet with Mel. We're also going to look at the old snack bar that we used to have there to possibly see if maybe that could be reopened or turned into a micro market. Keith, and I know I shared it with Frank, Keith is willing to temporarily run the vending there because he has the federal courthouse across the street. And I've already asked the grantor if this GSA clearance can get him into the federal building, and she said yes. So I think Keith will be the best person to temporarily run that until we figure out what we're going to do. And I'll continue to work with the local on things.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Chris asked.
As I understand it, well, let's put it this way. We do not, at this point, have much of a footprint in open food service in this program anymore. This facility is an outlier. And as one of the last men standing in open food, was my friend next to me here, for example, and the lady to my right, we're all pretty much doing all vending now. And I think we have a problem that I was running into when I was operating in the roads, that we don't really have the expertise and the staff either for open food service the way we did at one time, when it comes to appropriate equipment, procurement, vendor relationships, and that type of thing. And so the consultant role is challenged a bit when they don't have the background in open food service, in any considerable numbers. Certainly not around the state. So, I believe we need to respect both what the numbers and Mel are telling us, that this is not a viable site for open food service. My great concern is that I understand that some equipment has been ordered because there's a lot of outdated equipment. And that just seems like throwing money away. Because when you've got a $175,000 a year gross revenue and a $20,000 a year net proceeds, we know that this is hemorrhaging money in service calls and the cost of supporting an open food facility like this. So I am absolutely in favor of reformatting in the way that staff find best, and whether it's like market or reopening the facility on the first floor that had been a snack bar at one time. Because this is not sustainable as is. People vote with their dollars, and there are not sufficient votes by the customers in that building to support the maintenance of an open food service, and it's certainly dead weight on this program as a whole.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Somebody else.
Seth was first before, actually.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's
I'm
okay.
sorry. Go ahead.
That's fine, I understand, I'm across the room from it. I guess my question is, does the BGA require open food, and are we willing to throw away our footprint if they require us to keep open food?
That's a girl.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Kristen.
Yeah, we're gonna talk to them next week. I have been down to that. It has struggled for years. One thing, Chris, that I want to clarify. There has been talk over the last year or so about upgrading some equipment in there. And I know that Tanya and Mel have been talking, but nothing was procured. For a minute there this spring too, there was talk about with the feds going in and closing buildings. So we didn't want to, we were trying to figure out if that was on a closure list or not. So nothing was purchased.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
just want you to be aware. I
Thank
mean,
you.
there has been talk.
And Madam Chair.
Dave?
I don't mean to question anybody else's thinking here, but it's not like the sales are going down here. So FFY '23 was 139,241. By FFY '24, it was 172,282, and year to date '25, it's 171,12. So I mean, it's probably going to exceed the previous federal year, at least by a little bit.
If I may speak, for open food is still is low.
Well, yeah, I'm not meaning to question that. I
Okay.
just, I didn't want anybody thinking that the sales are literally going down or plummeting, because they're not.
And I do want to speak on something you said. We do have a consultant that has some background in
Yeah, one.
Scott.
One.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that the committee knows that.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
one more thing.
Yes,
The
Kristen.
problem with open food that we have, that it's been an issue, is that we're getting people in that don't really want to work open food. And I know a lot of you guys started open food, worked your way up, busted your behinds. 100%, and that was, you had to start there. So I think that that's also a challenge of ours, is, who do we have that, is able and willing to run an open food stand?
One of the things that I think, though, is the public is going away from that kind of stuff. I mean, that's what the smart coolers and all that little, these buildings, Union State, everywhere, they want all the fancy stuff now. They want the micro markets. And that also saves the facility money. It's an unmanned, you go in there, you get your fresh food. So they're getting their fresh sandwiches, salads and stuff without you having to have an employee there, standing there 8 hours or whatever it is. So I do think it's worth looking at this facility, seeing how we could reformat it and still give the grantor and the people of the building what they want. You know what I mean? And I believe a micro market or something like that would be an option.
That's just, real quick, on the numbers, 20,000 over 175, that's 11.42% net proceeds.
Now you're talking about it, Chris, you're
On
talking about the current state.
the current status of the
Current
cafeteria.
state.
And Mel runs a good place.
Yeah.
Mel runs a good operation.
Let's take, for an example, though, you're taking away the 8 hours, all the overhead of running a open food. You know yourself, there's a lot of overhead. You're eliminating that if you change the formatting of that facility, which is what Christy and Orville's gonna go and look at. You're changing that, so all of that would be, not even come into play. We still want to serve the people of the building, because as what Dave pointed out, is making 172,000, in gross sales, so,
Yeah, it may not be much for a cafeteria manager,
But
but it's not nothing either.
but it's for a micro market or whatever, we might
Yeah,
reformat it, or C-store, whatever, that could be.
For sure, if a new format can generate the same amount of income, that's obviously best case scenario.
And could make it more desirable for some of these other potential licensees, these licensees to want to take it on. Any more discussion on that?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Frank?
Three things that I'm going to mention. Initially, I know when Judy Cook retired, I had heard that building reclaimed the space that we had for the snack bar as a nursery. And now whether that's true or not, I don't know, or if that's even still the case. And then the other thing I think we're going to struggle a little bit with is every building wants hot food. They want hot food. So if we can find a way to provide that without it costing, a lot in labor, or some way to provide them with some of those options, we'll have to try and figure that out and see if there's a way to do that. Because without even, talking to the grantor, I'm sure that's going to be, I could be wrong, but I would think that's going to be one of their requests, and then we'll have to figure out exactly how to do that or how we accommodate that.
Well, being on a federal facility myself, I know unions have a big say in which way the buildings move, but I think if we present it right or whatever, and like I said, a micro market over just having all vending machines would be more appealing, or to the buildings, and but I think we'll have to wait and see maybe put this on the next agenda after Christie and Ford will do their meeting to hear how the receptive the grantor was to changes.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Sally.
Just for everyone to know, there was a call with GSA, and they actually mentioned Judy Cook's old space as being potentially something we could take back over. They realized that the cafeteria is kind of
dinosaur.
Yes, I mean it's directly out of 1985. It shows it.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
like Seth mentioned something regarding the footprint earlier. It's great that they might be willing to give that space back, but at the risk of suggesting ulterior motives, the cafeteria has a much bigger footprint than that little very small room-sized snack bar used to be. I wouldn't want to see us trade the cafeteria-sized space for a very small room type snack bar. We would be severely limited on micro market options, anything like that.
Again, I would just like to say that I would hope we would lean towards more of a, and I guess I like the micro market idea better, because you're not using, you need the time put in as for an employee and all, the overhead costs. So I kind of like the micro market, and maybe even keeping the space that we have. I mean, I didn't visit it, so I'd have to wait to what you all come back, if we're gonna discuss it, or the local, you as a
Madam Chair.
local.
I trained at that facility.
Okay, so how big is that space?
The cafeteria is really good size, and I would not want to see us trade a small room to get a small room and have to give up that much space, in return. That would not be a smart trade.
I remember that's kind of that used to have a street level entrance, right? I think they sealed that off.
Yeah, it's on the first floor.
And post 9/11, they sealed that off, but
I don't think the cafeteria had a direct entrance from the street.
Many years ago it did, Dave. You could get to it from the skywalk.
Oh, okay.
I do have a question. Where is the Judy Cook's old location located? Is it on a different floor? Is it still?
Madam Chair, it's still on the first floor.
Okay, because we definitely like to be where the most traffic is.
I mean, at one time, there was 2 operators in that building, and they were both doing fairly good. So I think the income is there. The only question is, what kind of format can we provide that's going to generate the same amount of income and without giving up substantial space, in a trade for a smaller space.
There's also the factor that we cannot assume historic patterns in foot traffic because the president is discussing closing down Social Security offices in different locations around the country. And I know that the Ricker building, a lot of the traffic is Social Security office traffic. And so I think we have to be mindful. It's absolutely, I would like to see this committee show some resolve in one voice to the staff, to Christie and Orville, that we are not interested in maintaining a cafeteria going forward after Mel's term. Just
Madam
not.
Chair, I don't believe we are. And to answer Chris's point about Social Security, I will say, I talked to Mel about that on Monday. He called me a couple times Monday, and I had asked him, I asked Mel, I said, do you get any business from outside the building? Which I knew the answer after 9/11 and all of that. And he goes, every once in a while we get a couple people from Social Security, but, they're few and far between.
Amendment traffic.
I think he only has 2 machines.
He has 2 floors.
2 floors.
He has some by the cafeteria and then up on the 2nd floor. Yeah.
So how many machines total?
Not many. 4.
2, I think.
So
He only has 2.
what we're deciding on this, if I understand it, is that we're going to wait for more updates and feedback after Christie's and Orville's visit? Is that what I'm understanding that the committee is deciding to do? Come on in that, help me out.
Yeah, I believe that's what we're.
Madam Chair, I believe so. That is the case.
I just don't want to see us put somebody on a temp agreement to run that cafeteria. It's done on the 29th.
I think everybody's
Done on the 29th.
I just want to make sure we always have a clear, what we decided on different things.
But Madam Chair, one
Yes,
thing we do
Frank.
need to do as a program, from the local committee and the full committee, is we don't want to leave the grantor hanging for months. We do need to figure out exactly what we're going to do, and hopefully the grantor will agree and we can move forward, whether we need to, not a cafeteria, but whether we need to attempt, whether it be a micro market or something. So I don't think we want to let too much time lag in between, the cafeteria closing down and whatever other format we choose to go with.
Okay, so can I ask again, Mel is leaving at the end of this month?
Right.
Okay, so what is the plan? We're gonna shut the cafeteria down immediately and just start to reformat? Sally I'm not.
Madam Chair.
Orville, yes.
So I did discuss with Mel and the grantor that, for Mel to say his, final goodbyes, we stretch it to the 29th. Mel is okay with that. But I do plan on doing a transition the 28th and the 29th. We're just gonna have vending for the time being until we get more information.
Again, I would have to go with Frank. Hopefully, we do that turnaround and decide what we're gonna do pretty quickly, because we don't wanna start losing, potential customers and all that. People start going elsewhere and.
Yeah, habits
Yes,
form.
yes, and then you have to try to get them back, or the grantor starts to get restless. Is any more discussion on this topic? We're going to move on to university updates. Christie?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
The University of Toledo, their pouring rights expired at the end of July. We have been working with them very, very much for the last 6-7 months. And we know that their pouring rights, they put in their RFP about our priority. We can't get any answers right now, and we have actually now upped that to the AAG, the Assistant Attorney General level. We've also done another public records request for their new pouring rights, and we were told that they don't have a new pouring rights right now. They absolutely are totally aware that, you know, of our priority, that we've been very upfront with that, and that we have every intention of taking over that POP. We wanted to do that before the school year started. That doesn't look like it's gonna happen, but we have engaged with legal and the AAG, and that's the update I have right now for Eugene. YSU, we are waiting for a MOU from them. They are redoing a cafeteria. They have brought in a smart coolers. We told them that they need to come to us in the future. I will tell you that they are frustrated with our previous operator and our new current operator right now, and that they needed a stopgap. Part of that MOU, we said that they're not to bring in any more smart coolers unless they come to us first. They have told us that the smart coolers that they're bringing in that cafeteria while it's being refurbished, the plan is that they will be removed at the end of the school year. I know Kelsey and Sally have been talking to the local about that issue. Akron, again, smart coolers. They are, actually, this isn't smart coolers. They want a man, what do they want, Sally?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
They took it upon themselves to just pop up what looks like a mini micro market. It has like the smart coolers and some shelving. And we approached them about that. They're telling us it's different because it's manned. It's right across from our vending machines. We told them it's absolutely not different, that it should have come to us first.
Yeah.
And we have engaged legal teams, and we're gonna meet about it again next week.
Ohio State University, two things that have come to our attention. One, they are leasing to, I guess they're out of dorm rooms, so they're leasing two properties. And they told us that because it's leased, they don't have anything to do with vending. We are saying, nope, the law clearly says leased. So we are going to draft a letter saying that we should be doing the vending at those two dorms. In addition, here's the big one that we found out. Again, found out kind of by accident, but we found out. Coca-Cola, who, you know, we passed on the Coke because it was tied, and their big, huge $84 million pouring rights. It was very political a couple years ago, and we worked with the committee and everyone, that they insisted that Coke had to fill the machines. Well, now we find out that they are, they're going to subcontract the filling of the machines. And so, again, they said, well, Coke's still running it, but they're subbing it. And we're saying, no, you should have come to us. So there's a couple things going on with that. Is one, you know, we've got 3 operators there. It's so massive and huge. There's no storage. There's no parking. It will be a fight if we go and say, turn this over right now. But we need to talk about that as a committee. That's an option. The other option that I would like to consider too is that that we go and any expansion of any vending, like they're building a big, huge hospital, a big, huge building hospital, and we are going to assess that, and that any future vending, whether it be at a hospital, whether it be at these dorms, that we take on both the snack and the pop, that any future expansion includes pop. And that doesn't fall under, you know, the Coke pouring rights. We'd still have to follow the pouring rights, but it wouldn't have, you know, Coke or any sub actually filling it.
Get a thumbs up, Christie. No. Go ahead, Seth.
Is there a possibility as just a stopgap right now to some way enforce that we do not have to lose the portion of sales that comes to us for them subcontracting, that they can't write off that subcontracting and we still get our portion of sales, however it's worded now, without their labor cost that they're throwing in there as an added cost to them?
I'm sorry, Seth, say it one more time.
So if Coke is loading the machines right now, and I'm assuming we're getting paid a percentage of it,
No.
we're not getting a percentage of it at all? Oh, so it's-
No assigned operator income at all on that Coke.
Okay, so it is a resubmit, it's a reestablishment of a contract now that they're subcontracting it, and it should have came back out. I'm guessing that's the reading of it?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Dave?
I'm concerned why or how a pouring rights agreement that would require Coke to fill the machines would in any way supersede our priority to begin with. How did an agreement like that ever happen and come to be binding that would overpower our priority?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yes, Chris?
Back in, I don't know, 2017-18, that Mike Rogers came to statewide. We laid that out to everyone. Legislative people were involved. It was a lot of back and forth. Again, we are trying to preserve jobs and to expand, and we did. We expanded 2 more facilities on that. And quite frankly, the playing in that arena, while, yes, Dave, I hear you, the risk was that, that they're very powerful. They could go and open up the law and change the law, and that's the truth.
Madam Chair,
Dave?
with all due respect, I don't believe we can operate out of fear. If the idea is to expand and to create more possibilities or, more opportunities for operators, how could a pouring rights agreement, I don't care how many legislative people were involved, the Randolph-Shepard Act is federal. How could a pouring rights agreement override our priority to fill those vending machines?
Randolph-Shepard Act doesn't apply to universities.
1 second.
The state law.
Frank had asked for the floor.
Frank, go ahead.
And that, one of the things we were told in 2018 by Mike Rogers at a statewide meeting was that, they got the snacks at Ohio State, but according to what he said, they were told, supposedly Coca-Cola said that if we took over the beverage machines, Coca-Cola wouldn't provide the service to Ohio State, wouldn't provide them even with machines. Now, I don't think Coca-Cola is going to pass up getting the money. Well, and I think Ohio State wanted Coke to load the machines as well for whatever reason. But honestly, however you phrase it, however they say it, it was just a way to block the blind people from getting additional income or getting additional jobs, however you want to look at it. Sorry, and that sounds harsh, but I think it's the truth.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Chris?
And whenever you're dealing with these situations, just follow the dollar signs and you'll find the reason, right? What is the motive here? Well, Ohio State University gets a huge amount of commission revenue from Coca-Cola. Huge amount. They're probably paying something in the way of 35%. And then they also selling all the product for all the sports facilities and so forth. And there is no way on God's earth that they are going to be willing to see that commission that they are receiving assigned to a blind operator. It's a lot of money. And no, the federal Randolph-Shepard Act does not apply here. This is under the state law. And so we got to recognize that local political forces and the local political equation, the Ohio political equation is what we have to consider as we try to negotiate with the Ohio State University. And, we have very little standing by comparison with the awe and reverence with which so many view the scarlet and gray. And so let us not be silly enough to think that they give a rat's rear end about 75 blind people versus making money for the scarlet and gray ivory tower.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Frank?
Chris, and to everybody in here, Chris is right. Federal law don't apply, but the mini Randolph-Shepard state law does apply.
And that's what they can change. That's what they can change.
Well, They can try, Chris.
Well, what do you think? What do you think?
What's not wrong? Yes, and that.
Okay, here's the fear, and we fought this a long time with a lot of these smaller universities. If there is anybody who has clout enough to change the law, it is the Ohio State University. It's not gonna be Owens, it's not gonna be University of Cincinnati, it's not gonna be Akron. They're small potatoes. I don't wanna mess with fear either. I hate working with fear, but there is a lot of very high station, important people, and Ohio State is their end-all be-all baby. If we went in there and tried to take their, I don't even want to think about how many millions it probably is in revenue from COVID. They would push whatever buttons they needed to push to get the law changed. And not just for Ohio State. That would impact our priority on every one of our universities. Is it right? No, it's not right. The law clearly does say we should get it, but I don't know that it's worth the risk.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
I don't, it's set to go. That's fine.
I guess my feeling on that is all colleges in the state of Ohio, all public schools such as Ohio State, is not here to make millions of dollars from Coke or Pepsi or anybody else. And the minute that goes in front of the people of the state, that Ohio State is more worried about making money than they are educating the people that are paying $80,000 a year to be there, then I don't think that looks good on Ohio State. And to Dave's point, no, we cannot walk around going, hey, this is legal, this is right, this is what should happen, but we're not going to do it because you're a big scary person. Well, if you allow big scary people to push you off of everything, then you'll wind up with nothing. We have to make a stand, and our stand should be quite simply the administrative code, the Ohio Revised Code. If it's in there, that's what we should be fighting for. Not that they might change, they might do this, they might do that. Pigs might fly tomorrow. Doesn't matter. What matters is that we should be fighting, the committee should be fighting for operators. And operators, the way you fight for them is to make sure that our rights under the law and the code are being upheld by BE and by state agencies. That's my 2 cents.
Dave?
Yeah, I do not think we should be operating out of fear, and it's been implied countless times by the Bureau people, Christie in particular, that all of these universities talk to each other, and if you set a bad precedent at one, they will all follow suit. So if the idea is that OSU is so big that they don't have to follow the law, how long will it be till all the universities are all talking and well, OSU don't have to do it, so we don't either? I think that's a terrible road to go down.
I want to go back to something Christie said. Christie, you said you all let them know that since they're trying to subcontract, we waived it the first time, but now that they're changing, we are going to go, if I'm understanding what you said, we're going to go and we're going to say, hey, that comes to us. We're going to try to take another bite at the apple, and I'm hoping that's the direction. But I do think we do need to move with caution. I agree with whatever we're doing, we need to do it. And that's just being mindful of the situation, but I do believe that we need to make sure that they know, that we're aware and we're going forward with trying to get that agreement, the beverages. Is that what you, I want to make sure I understood you, Christie. Is that what you said you all are?
So, Madam Chair, we're gonna write a letter. We're gonna say to them that we want those two least things. I'm reading, if you guys want to go after the pop, I guarantee it'll wind up in a 3-panel probably thing, they will fight it. But if you want a motion to do that, that's you guys, you can do that. I'm just saying that the mini Randolph-Shepard Act, and yes, I don't want to live in fear either, but it is always, not only does it say state property, but colleges and universities and the Ohio law says mutually agreed upon. They actually have a caveat on that. We are one of 13 states in the country that even have priority at colleges and universities. I am also concerned that we've made great jobs throughout the country, throughout the state. Will there be ramifications? I don't know. I don't know if there will be or not. But I think it's my due diligence to tell you that there might be. But if this committee, the other piece of it is that I don't know if we have the 3 operators that are currently there want to do the POP and all of that. But on the other hand, we can create a new job if we took over the POP and we fought it and we won, or 2 jobs. But that it's, you've got the logistics there. Going after and fighting for stuff that then no one wants to do is also, I have issues with. But I think that we, out of the gate, need to tell them, listen, you need to come to us. You need to come to us for this. But to then say that, that's another fight that you guys have to determine. Are we saying hand over all of the existing POP on the campus since you've subbed that out? And then that will be litigated. It'll be litigated on a couple things. One, it will be litigated where the existing pouring rights does the COPE have the ability to do that, and that's interpretation. I don't know 50-50 on where that winds up going. And then if, then it goes from there. It could be a long drawn out process. I'm not, it's up to you guys. And that's the other thing, it's like, I think we've got different views even in this room on what the priorities are.
Madam Chair. Steph and then Annette.
Just a couple things. First of all, the law states that it's a mutual agreement for the establishment of a suitable site for a vending facility. That's the only mutual agreement that is required by law, is the establishment on a state university or college campus. Second of all, how do we know that what Coke's pouring rights is? Do we have a copy of the pouring rights?
Yes.
Okay, so it was a different one earlier that we can't get a copy of the pouring rights on. Okay, so never mind on my second question.
Annette.
Okay. I believe if we went through a panel hearing, I think we win. I do. I think the law, the Steph's absolutely right that the site suitability's already been established. So we would just be taking over what we do. And I think the law is on our side for now. The problem I have, and I still do it, I don't like running in fear. But I know the clout that Ohio State has in this state. I know it. Half the legislatures probably down there went to Ohio State. I lay money on it that a good amount of them did. They have ties there. All Ohio State would have to say to get on the good side of people for spending their $80,000 is we're going to put it toward the athletic department. That's all they'd have to say, and everyone would be saying, yay, because of the NIL stuff and everything. They add more money to that where they can pay more players to come here. Well, everyone would forget about us. We cannot mortgage the future of this program, because right now our future is at universities. We cannot even begin to think about mortgaging all the jobs that we currently have and all the jobs that we could get on this. We just can't do it.
Chris.
Madam Chair.
I have to say that I was out of the room when this conversation began, so I want to make sure that I understand the premise on which this is. It the understanding in the room right now that for Coke to be responsible to fill those machines is in some way a new thing? Because I can tell you when I was there in 2009 to 2014, Coke was filling the machines. It was always third party. It was never anybody from the university filling the machines. It was always Coke filling the machines. It was always, just regular third party agreement.
Madam Chair.
One second.
And
Yeah, Dave.
that's enough. That's enough.
Okay, Dave. I'm sorry, it wasn't.
I remember it was A lot of you will probably remember at some point when Steve Moore was telling us how we were going to be taking over all of the beverages on OSU. And I don't know what happened with that. But Coke is a private contract. And the law is on our side. And there's no reason it should apply to some and not to others. I don't care how much clout they have, you're not supposed to be able to buy the law. And you're not supposed to have so much clout that the law doesn't apply to you. It doesn't matter how big they are, the law still applies to them.
Madam Chair?
Was Frank next? And you-
Frank
oh,
said
Frank,
that.
then Frank, then Mark.
I was in there.
Also.
What's that do? Frank said that.
I just wanted to answer Chris's question. Chris, the issue now is Coke, and I think, Chris, you were trying to address it, is that Coke has decided they're not going to fill, Coke's not going to no longer fill the beverage machines, they're going to subcontract.
Oh,
Yes, that's what the whole question was.
It seems like an open door though.
Steph?
Yeah, just
Then Mark.
to Annette's point about the $80,000 and all they have to say is give it to the thing. I'd just like to point out to everybody that $7 billion is OSU's current endowment. That's money that they're not using to run the university. That's money they have in the bank right now. $7 billion. So to say that people are going to throw a hissy fit over 80,000 would be a gross misinterpretation with $7 billion sitting in the bank. Public records.
Mark?
Yeah, I'm with Dave. I think that we don't want to set no precedent by letting OSU slide on their pouring rights when other colleges can say, well, they did it. Why do we got to abide by the rule?
Yeah, and Madam Chair,
Okay.
the door has kind of been opened. If Coke has been filling it all this time, and now they're saying they no longer want to fill. There isn't a better time for us to go in and say, hey, we have priority, we will fill.
And I kind of leaning towards that as well. I mean, since they are opening the door, reopening the door for us, because they're talking about subcontracting, why shouldn't we go approach, and this be the time that we offer, and even if we can't, well, I would say we go trying to get all, but even if we get something, I mean, you know, it took us years just to get the vending there, but this would be the time for us to revisit that, and say, yes, you know, because they are actually, they're the one making the change. They're the one making the change, and I do agree with that, and I do recognize, living in Ohio, what you all do too, how big Ohio State is. But again, Coke is changing it by trying to subcontract it. So we should try to get another bite at the apple and try to see if we can get the pop contract. And again, Christy, you made a point. That could be another potential job or something for the program. I want to speak to something else. It's a little off topic. That is the problem with, and Annette just said, our future of universities. We have to look beyond just that as a program. If we want to continue to be strong, we're passing up other companies and even private industry, different things that we potentially could get into. And I understand that the Randolph-Shepherd it would not be protected under some things, but we're passing up opportunities just being laser focused on universities. And again, with the potential that a law could be changed and you know, that might make a big difference in our program. We need to have our irons in the fire elsewhere as well to continue to grow the program.
Here's here on that.
I missed someone else wanted to speak, and I'm sorry.
Well, Madam Chair.
Yes, Dave.
The one final thought on that I would have is just simply, the law is on our side. And if it doesn't apply to everyone equally, then it's meaningless. It doesn't matter how big a university happens to be. If Dominion Randolph-Shepherd says we have priority there, then if Coke is going to subcontract to fill those machines, we should absolutely use our priority to be the people that fill those machines.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I've been involved with 2 college campuses myself, and the limited amount of time that I've been here. And both of those college campuses did not want, Cincinnati State didn't want us at all. It literally said it to us. Don't want you here, forced to. In a meeting. Cincinnati State didn't want us on campus. We had to fight to get on campus and take that over. UC did not want us to take over Pop. We had to fight to do that. All of these are fights. Everything that she said right now, there is absolutely 0 college campuses that are going, okay, we'll abide by the law when we step up to them. We have to fight all of them. We do. And why not fight the big dog? And then once the big dog's in line, all the other little dogs go, okay, now we know. We already have the precedents down here in Cincinnati and at other college campuses where we can, we'll fight for it, and we'll get what is under the law right now. Why are we saying no to a fight that the only way we lose this fight is if the law is changed, which should tell you everything about the fight. It's a foregone conclusion that we have the right to the ball. So if our only excuse is we can't fight it because they might change the law, well then you are admitting that that's lawful right now, and to not fight for it is a violation of the law, in my opinion, for a state agency.
I just got a question. Christy, what can we do? I know you're gonna write a letter for those properties and let them know that but as far as this change that Coke is changing, are we notifying them that we wanna take a look back at, we wanna take on this, or what can we do?
Sure. And to go back, Madam Chair, I do agree wholeheartedly with what Annette said. We would win a 3-panel hearing, we would. But again, I don't know what the fallout is. Now I finally found it, the pouring rights set, and again, everything in law isn't as black and white, it's all litigated, all of it, and there's interpretations on both sides. And we can be on one side and say, yep, it's clear to us, and they can be on the other side saying, nope, it's clear to us. So just so you guys know, what it says right now, the pouring rights, and this 80,000, Seth, I don't know where you're getting that number from. I'm not quite sure what the number is exactly.
I got it from there.
I said 80,000?
Yeah, he said 80,000.
Yeah,
I don't know where I got that either.
So, what it says right now, it says during the term, sponsor will place campus all equipment reasonably required to dispense products. It agreed and understood quantity of the equipment, and then you go down and it says, all equipment placed by sponsor on campus will, unless otherwise mutually agreed, now again, this agreement is between Coke and OSU, be fully serviced and operated by bottler. This minimum number shall not be materially adversely affected by the placement, this is clear too, guys, of any beverage vending machines to be managed and or serviced by the Bureau of the Visually Impaired. Subject to section 14.6, sponsor acknowledges and agrees that the university may permit additional beverage vending machines on the campus not serviced or operated by the bottler to the extent required to comply with its obligations to blind vending operations and individuals with working limiting disabilities under the applicable Ohio law, including but not limited to the provisions of the Ohio Revised Code sections 3304.28. So I think that helps us. That absolutely helps us, and that's in the pouring rates. So I think my next thing is to go to legal. We'll write a letter saying that we want to be at the table, and we would like to talk about taking over the beverages at all locations. Again, then we're going to have to come back here and figure out how we're going to, if they keep the equipment there, how we're going to, the initial stock and supplies, that'll be another conversation.
That'd be a good problem.
Yeah, a good problem, but we'll have to, talk to the committee there, and we'll see where it goes. We'll see where it goes.
And Chris.
Well, I'm heartened that the university had the good generalship to insert the BE language into the pouring rights agreement, because that tells us that they recognize our priority, whether they're practicing it now or not. So that's a good sign. My big concern now is that we are vulnerable. What's Coke's motive? What's Coke's motive for for having put them on notice that they may wish to use a third party, or a subcontract the filling of the machines. Well, their motive is the same motive that's going on around the country, and that is lack of adequate workforce, right? And because it costs money to send somebody to the machine and to stock it, to drive the truck around with the necessary stock and pay their workers' comp, the overhead on the vehicle and so forth. And then there's the maintenance and repair piece. At OU, we've got, the operator assuming the responsibility for the vehicle, for ordering the stock, for providing the necessary labor to fill the machines. But since Coke has provided the equipment, where that operator is vulnerable is in the maintenance and repair of the equipment. And what I wonder or fear is that over time, our operators become vulnerable to Coke's malfeasance in the maintenance of equipment. Because what we've seen at OU is that they have no stomach for holding the bottler's feet to the fire.
Madam Chair, Chris.
Yes.
And I want to finish this conversation and before we get to the other. But you're right, Chris. I think that I have the other. It's not even on the agenda. We need to talk about secondary rest areas. The truth of the matter is these bottlers are getting out of the business of filling machines, and I have a feeling that in time they're going to be out of the business of providing machines, period, full stop. And I think that they are, I was informed also that they are subcontracting out filling the secondaries. But I have some good news on that later, so we can talk about it. But to your point, yes, that's it. Now, again, I think that just like for you guys, if you were, and we've got operators here, I know Jeff Toll has done it in the past, if you sub out some sort of part of your business, you're still running it, you're still responsible for it. And I think that might be one of the arguments they come back with, is that we're still over, we're ultimately responsible. But we can fight that fight, because again, they did include that second piece in there.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Who's that?
Just to Mr. Johnson's point, I think all of us in this room would rather have a slight chance that Coke isn't going to fix the machine and get the sales from it than to have 0% of nothing because we don't have the machines.
I would like to speak to something that's probably with that. Since the operator has to still buy from Coke, if we did take the beverages, we can agree to that. Is there some kind of way that maybe during the negotiations that you all have, that we say that, we keep the equipment and as if they want to take their machines out, we, phase it out, not just an all together, you know what I mean? Is that, would that be, what we try to, do if we were able to get the, we try to have Coke leave the machines and then we'll phase it with, phase them out if they don't want to have the responsibility of repairing them.
So, Madam Chair, I think that's going to be another conversation,
Okay.
and honestly, we don't have the funds right now. That happens in, again, one university and it happens in another. We would have zero expansion and just be replacing branded machines. I think that, I was just talking in the future. I don't think that we can depend on the branded machines in the future, and it gives up our control, but it saves us money. It saves us money on the front end of procuring and on the equipment piece, but I think that is stuff that we have to have a conversation.
Yeah, that's why I was saying we keep the machines if they allow us to, keep them or whatever, but like you said, that's a conversation for later.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I would just like to point out, as somebody who's dealt with both Coke and Pepsis on college campuses, my Pepsi machines, they may be old, they may be ugly, they may come off the truck not working properly, but when I put in a work order, they're there within 24 hours, usually the next day. And they usually fix it unless they have a part to. So I believe this problem that we're having right now with Coke is more a Coke issue than it is a general issue with bottlers. Because like I said, my Pepsi, I deal with 2 different Pepsi distributors. I have almost zero problems with them, except for making deliveries on time.
But with the Frank?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I was just gonna make sure I understand correctly. So it sounds to me like, our management, our people are going to meet with Ohio State. They're going to at least have a conversation about the beverages and, I don't know what point or what time, but did I understand that correctly, I guess is my question.
Yes, we've already tried to engage with our local thing, and we're going to elevate it to legal. So it'll be a legal to legal thing with OSU.
And that's if we need a motion to, where the committee stands, or?
The committee would so choose to make a motion. I'm not doing it.
I think we gotta maybe ask, find out what the legal conversation suggests as OSU's position at this point.
That's fine, I agree.
And then kind of decide whether we can swallow that or not.
So, Madam
Yeah.
Chair, I do have,
Yes, Frank?
Christie, did you have more university updates?
Yes.
No, I have one more and very important thing that I would like to, that just came over my thing. It says your attendees are welcome to use the restrooms today, so. We are officially allowed to use the out-of-order restrooms, so.
There we go.
Keith already was.
Yeah.
He's not alone.
I couldn't see the sign.
A little levity there. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think there's any water over there.
So Madam Chair, on a different topic,
Yes.
still dealing with university.
Uh-huh.
I do have a motion related to Bureau Grantor agreements that I'm going to try and make, and if we need to tweak it or whatever, we can do that. As specifically related to BGAs for colleges and universities. And basically, the motion is that the Ohio Business Enterprise Program immediately begin the process of updating all Bureau Grantor agreements in the state of Ohio, giving priority consideration to the colleges and universities where we have the biggest number of issues. And I can think of two right off of, that's not part of my motion, but with that said, I can think of two right off of my head. And there's probably, and Christie listed some this morning that I think are also big that I wasn't unaware of. So don't know if anybody will second that or not, but.
Can we make it an amendment? Oh, well, no, I can't make it. I just think we need to add into the.
You
I
can
just
second it.
suggest that, so I suggest that including language from any pouring rights agreement,
Absolutely.
including the language.
Yes.
Amendment that the BGAs include language from any pouring rights agreement.
Yes, Frank, you gotta restate that, I guess, because I can't make it.
Now I gotta read.
I'm making you work, Frank.
Yeah, well. How to read, right? That the motion is that the Ohio Business Enterprise Program immediately begin the process of updating all college and university Bureau Grantor agreements in the state of Ohio, including language from pouring rights agreements, and giving priority consideration to those colleges and universities where we have the biggest number of issues.
Can you read that back?
So what I have is Frank moved that the program update all BGAs in the state of Ohio regarding colleges and universities, giving priority consideration to colleges with the most issues, regarding language concerning pouring rights agreement, pouring rights agreements, including language regarding pouring rights agreement? Or to include language regarding pouring rights agreement?
Yes.
And I had one other part of this that I overlooked myself. I was hoping, and I kind of put a target date in here, of trying to have, this isn't going to be right away, this isn't going to be, but this language is more for like the committee and management to try and address the ones that where we really have big issues. And I think if we address those and fix the Bureau Grantor agreements, a lot of it will be a template to deal with the other ones where we don't have so many issues or problems. So what I had put in there that I wanted to make a part of the motion as well is that we try and have a draft to be reviewed by this committee within 90 days. I don't know if that's going to take a subcommittee or work or whatever we want to call them, but it might.
So generate or compile a draft of such agreement within 90 days?
Yeah. I haven't heard of, Chris, Madam Chair, may I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Chris.
I haven't heard a second yet, so I'm just gonna suggest, I think, Frank, I understand that your motion is well intended, but I do believe that it involves a large volume of work for the staff. And they already have a considerable amount of work on their plates with a lot of the other projects that are going on. So I think toward the end of what you were saying there, you suggested the possibility of them providing some sort of report as to the status of BGAs for our facilities. And, maybe based on last revision date. And so I'm wondering if you would consider, in order to get you a second from somebody, because obviously the silence in the room was kind of speaking loudly there, that it was a lot for people to digest. I'm wondering if you would consider revising your motion to say that we would ask the staff to provide us a report on the last revision date of BGA by facility number. And then we can, from that report, ask them, for updates on ones that seem to be problematic as you've discussed. Is that reasonable? Middle ground?
Yes.
I like what Chris is saying. The reason why I personally did not second and don't support that is it was very vague. And I think to be very specific, like Chris is saying, if we believe there are some that need updated, which we know there are, we should know what those are. And to say to do all of them, well, some of them are pretty outdated. Some of them are, and some of them are very good. We wouldn't want to open them.
So should this be an amendment to his motion in that, or should we, since he hasn't really completed?
He hasn't got a second, so right now it's dead still.
Right now it's a dead motion at this point.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
It's Sally. Just something else to consider is you would want to talk to the specific operator, because we do have operators who their storage is included in the BGA, and we already know Ohio State, one of our operators has storage. The other three do not, because they're on a new BGA, so we saved his previous one.
And that's one of the reasons, not the only reason, but one of the reasons I believe we need to go through, and like Annette said, where we need to. So, I would need to know, we would need to know at what all universities we don't have storage.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I would also like to point out, again, I've worked at Cincinnati State and University of Cincinnati, and if my memory serves me correctly, University of Cincinnati is like an 80-page document, and Cincinnati State's a 3-page document.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Chris.
This is Christie. So we can give you guys a template. We can put in a template, even for colleges and universities. We can put in a template. The templates now for grantor agreements, they've been pretty streamlined. Like the ones now look totally different than the ones 10 years ago. And part of that is that we have to put stuff in that DAS requires, terms and conditions that all contracts have to have. But then there's, and we talked about this, there's a section where it's unlocked, that there's able to go back and forth. We can create a, and we have it right now,
we can create a template with everything we want in a BGA for you guys to review. But you have to understand that once we go into negotiations with a university or any grantor, then it becomes a negotiation, and we don't always get everything we want. And that's the part of a contract. So while we can go and come up, and I think it's a good idea to say, you know, we want the sun, the moon, everything, that you guys have to understand that doesn't mean that that's what the end product will look like. You know, we go in and we ask for storage everywhere, but they're not required to give us storage. There's a lot of back and forth, and that's what their contracts. So I think we have, you know, and Sally's worked on quite a few recently. We've got a pretty good BGA started, and there are some nuances. I know there's nuances between like Cleveland State and Tri-C and Kent State. I know, Frank, you said 2. I know UC, and we've been talking about it, Nazim, and you're right. We need to redo that one. What was the other one you were referring to?
OU Athens.
OU Athens.
Oh, we just did a new one.
Oh.
And I had Yvette weigh in on it since she's right.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so UC.
Okay, because I knew we needed storage.
Yeah, just for informational purposes, Madam Chair, sorry.
I'm sorry, Dave, what you said?
Just for informational purposes, UC's BGA is dated 2006. There was a small amendment, I think, in 2017 or 18, somewhere in there, but the overall agreement is dated in 2006. It's near 20 years old. You know, it should have never got that old without being updated at some point over the years, but it just it has fallen through the cracks.
So I want to follow up. We do not have a motion on the floor right now.
No.
Okay. And right now, so Christy, you said you can provide the committee with but I understand, we do understand that it won't look the same. Every college has their wants and don't wants kind of thing in their agreements, but.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Wouldn't the basic template for a BGA for all of the universities, for the most part, be relatively the same? I mean, I understand there's a few things that might change here and there, like details, but the overall template would be pretty much the same, I would think. They're all state universities.
Yeah.
I would think the majority of it would be the same.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Sal.
That's what Christy was referring to with our template. It's pretty standard, but there are unlocked sections with suggested language that we took from gathering from college and university operators. For instance, like meeting quarterly to discuss population, building opening, closings, things like that.
And Madam Chair?
Yes.
Something else I think that needs to be at least considered in terms of updating BGAs on universities is when there's a voting rights agreement in place, not to introduce UC at every opportunity, but for example, UC, where the voting rights agreement is with Pepsi, and even though all of the operators are buying all of the product, the rebates given by Pepsi for that product is given to the university. If the university's buying all of the product, I got no problem with them taking all the rebates. But if we're buying all of the product from Pepsi as required by the voting rights, the rebate should be going to operators.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Chris.
I don't want to lose sight of Frank's original intent here. I think Frank was suggesting something that would be a comprehensive review of the status of our Bureau Grantor agreements across the program, you know, with special emphasis on those for relationships that are more troublesome. And while the offer of a template sounds to me like, you know, draft language of our kind of our initial proposal is a good thing for the benefit of the body, I think we still would be, this body, to achieve something like Frank has suggested, it would be good for us to know facility by facility, you know, what the status, how old the language is, how old the current BGA is that's relevant to a given facility number. And that'll help us to then more clearly identify those facilities where the grantor agreement needs to be updated.
Frank, you want to read?
Is that fair, Frank? Is that where you
Well, yeah, it was
more of a comprehensive review?
Yeah, and it was specific, I mean, it was specifically related to colleges and universities. I'm not gonna say we don't have issues, I'm not aware of them, but we may have issues elsewhere that I'm unaware of. But I mean, even just, it might not hurt to have that list to where we can go through, I'm saying as a committee, not just me, I'm saying, just as a committee, to have that list to be able to look and go, okay, this Bureau grant agreement hasn't been updated in, well, you see 20 years or 25 or who knows. But
Yes, is that Mark?
That was Seth.
Oh, Steph, I'm sorry.
I guess to the point that's being discussed now, my suggestion would be, it would be better to put this list in order of places where we are operating not under, like some places at DSCC where we're operating under old things that are saying we should have a C store when we have a micro market. Those things should be updated. UC where we're servicing POP when there's no POP in our BGA. We should probably, my opinion would be to start with ones where we are actually operating outside of what the BGA says to get back in line. So that, like DSCC, where we've been moved around 3 or 4 times because we've never updated when we've moved positions inside the buildings. It's just my 2 cents.
And anybody else on this topic? Are we gonna?
And Madam Chair, you had a
Yes,
question
yes,
for me.
ma'am.
I'm sorry. What was your question? You were asking if I wanted to reword the motion?
Yes, if you want to reword or, take some of the suggestions and put your motion back out there.
Now, if I can remember what they all were.
Do you want Chris to reread?
Well, I'm trying to think, but the motion's gone through so many changes. What I had was Frank moved that the Ohio Business Enterprise Program update all Bureau grantor agreements for all colleges and universities, prioritizing those that are problematic or have issues.
I think we had in there including
To include pouring rights agreement. Including language regarding pouring rights agreement.
And then, I think it was Chris suggested, a list of the Bureau grantor agreements with the last time it was updated or something like that?
What was your suggestion?
Generate a list of all BGAs.
I did not originally hear the limitation that it sounds like was being suggested in your original language, that you were focused on the university pouring rights agreements.
Yes, it was.
Okay, I did not hear that, because I thought you were talking about, it's a lot smaller ask when you're only focusing on the universities, so.
What did you say, Annette?
Madam Chair, when he first read it, it said all Bureau grantor agreements.
For colleges.
And then it said with priority given to colleges and universities.
Yeah, that's
For
what I
the
heard
issues,
it
the way I heard it.
That's the way I heard it too.
It's supposed to say.
Yeah, I don't think he meant it that way, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to say for our colleges and universities with priority given to those where we have, the most issues or the biggest issues. And, we can take.
Regarding
Madam Chair, I still say there's some we don't want to mess with.
Okay.
No, and that's why I said, we don't want, I agree with that. I'm trying to think.
I mean, there's some you're saying that we don't want to edit.
Says where, well, and that's what, and I see Annette's point, because I don't want us walking in trying to update a Bureau grantor agreement that at a college or university where we're not having a problem.
Well, I think in my understanding, you was only talking about the ones that maybe needed to be updated, were being selective, or, you know, you didn't.
Yeah.
I guess when we use the word all.
Right.
Yeah, but I think you were just speaking about the ones that, be selective on the ones that maybe need to be looked at.
Right.
And, those that don't need to be looked at and everything is fine, I agree with Annette, leave it alone. But,
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering if this motion could specifically just be worded specifically to address OU Athens and UC.
Well, there's a
Yeah, there's other.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Could I just make a suggestion that at the next meeting, or before the next meeting, we'll send you guys the list of the colleges, universities, and when the last revision was for their BGA, and then from that list, we can narrow down where to start.
You know what, Madam Chair? Sally,
yes, Mark?
could you, or Christie or whoever, could you guys include in there, and you don't kind of write out what, but I mean, I know most of them, I don't know all of them, I know the two big ones, and I think that I heard something about Akron this morning, and it sounds like you guys are already dealing with, I don't think we have any issues right now at Toledo except taking over the beverages, so that's not, that doesn't require a redo of the BGA, at least I don't think so, sounds like there's stuff going on with Akron and Youngstown State and OU Athens and UC. So I don't know if I hit all of them there or not, but yeah, and you know what, we can hold off. I'm gonna, well, but I don't need to withdraw anything because there was never a second. So,
Okay.
But we can talk about it at the next meeting, and if we want to do a motion, then we can, and it can be better written. If we would.
I want to ask, do you all want to stop there, do lunch?
Lunch.
Or go to the next?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
You're buying, right?
Mike is.
That comes with the office.
Do we need a motion?
Okay, it's.
Motion to
that's what
recess.
the order is.
Is it 30 minutes, right?
An hour.
What is it, an hour? An hour. So that would be
12, say 12:30.
12:30?
Yeah, because
Meet back here.
so just say 12:30.
Speech on.
That don't need-
Stop
we don't
button.
need a motion. Marion Spencer? Do we have any Seth or anybody want to? Seth?
Yes, Daily 409 was bid the Marion Spencer vending room, robotics room, whatever you want to call it. I bid that back in March, or bid it in the end of February, received it in March. 8 days after I received it, we got the email from UC that said that they have chosen our priority for us and we're going to move on. I had a conversation with Frank, Dave, and Orville on April 7th about it. Not a very good phone call, so I apologize. But sent an email out the next day. Basically, the email was the request by UC was for specific machines, not for options. And I requested that the Bureau find out what would be acceptable to UC because half of the machines they requested were already a no-go. Max Pizza said he was not going in there. Farmer's Fred said they were not going in there. Didn't make business sense for them because they want these machines literally in the lobby of a 9-station dining hall. Why you want vending machines with hot foods in the lobby of a 9-station dining hall? Beside the point. So on April 8th, that was I sent to Orville an email with Frank and Dave added on it that just find out what is acceptable to UC to replace it. I walked in last week, I forget the date on that one. Just Bake machine is sitting in the facility, plugged in, building a wall around it, unplugged our snack machines for some reason to do that. And I sent an email to the Bureau, and I received an email back from Christy that was just wholly unprofessional and stated that in her opinion, and DE is done with it, I can read it if everybody would like it, but right now I'm going to paraphrase correctly, that she is allowing UC to move on because we didn't give them an answer. And she's allowing them to decide their priority. And she's allowing UC to decide our priority and put a third-party machine in because, quote unquote, I didn't supply the Bureau with options. when my last conversation with the Bureau was asking for acceptable options from UC. They never followed up with that. They just allowed UC to put in the machine and then sent an email stating that they're done. They're not talking to UC about it anymore. So that's where I am.
Madam Chair.
Orville?
When Seth did send the email, I did have a conversation with one of the contacts at UC, talking about, discussing the email that they sent, saying that, since we didn't respond, that they were taking it as a waiver. During that conversation, UC did say that they are going to remove the Just Bake machine and place it in the health science building that myself and the local, we waived when they had brought that opportunity to us. So they're gonna move the Just Bake machine over in that area. But they still do want it, and I know, Steph, that you want us to, actually see what are they looking for. What I personally feel that we shouldn't, because I don't want them to ask for like crazy things like sushi. That's something that I had at OSU where they wanted sushi. Like I told UC, the operator will be the one to determine, what's best to be sold in that restaurant. And, they didn't challenge me on that one. So we can have more discussion on it, but I do think that we should provide something.
Madam Chair.
Christie?
So, in the end, this has been talked about, and you guys can look at all the minutes, and I, came in November and December saying, what are we doing, what are we doing? It's been talked about since June of 2023. But at the end, just like what Orville said, we found out this week that they are removing the Just Bake, and we are proposing to give Seth a frozen food machine. They will provide a microwave. He can choose what products he wants in there. So I think that for now, this issue is solved. But, coming after that, we asked and asked after the fact that they sent us the thing saying your non-response, at that point, and then I also feel that when we're having these conversations, even in April, it's like the commitment of the operator too. Like, are you willing to run a frozen, a frozen food machine? I think that Orville came away not knowing if that was an actual commitment of that, but we did find out today found out this week that they are removing that Just Bake, but the need is still there for hot food.
Seth, and then Madam Chair after.
Okay.
I would just like to clarify for everybody that heard that, yes, I found out yesterday not through the Bureau, which again is wonderful. I found out through UC that the machine is scheduled to be moved at 7:15 this coming Tuesday morning to another place on. So again, lack of communication, like Keith was talking about earlier. This is my facility, and yet they said they knew about it this week, but yet absolutely no contact with me about it. I had to find out about it through UC. But so from April 8th until this week, what was the discussions? When I said I need what UC will accept in place of, UC did not ask for fresh hot food. UC asked for a Max Pizza, here's their website. UC asked for a Farmer's Fridge, here's their website. UC asked for a Yokai, here's their website. UC asked for another one, here's their website. UC asked for a pharmacy thing from a company in Europe and said, we're open to having a different type of machine than this brand name. So that's the only one that they gave us an option to not use exactly the third party that they asked for. The site attachment clearly states the grantor wants third-party machines. Therefore that's not an option for us to put in a frozen machine and a microwave. Those things are not options that were given to us by UC in June of 23. And in April of 25, right after I was assigned, had the phone call with them. Again, bad phone call. I agree. I was not at my best on that day. But my point was, you're saying a frozen machine in a microwave. UC is not going to accept a frozen machine in a microwave. So you need to see what UC will accept, because what they have asked for is not available to go in there. So from April 8th, when I sent the email asking you to find what other options UC would have until they put the Just Baked in, and I sent you an email, what communications did BE have with either me, the operator, of the thing, the local committee, or specifically UC, as to what other options they would take for these things that are not feasible.
Dave? I think Dave.
It's okay if Christie wants to respond.
Oh, go ahead, Chris. I'm sorry.
To my knowledge, there was no communication, because again, it had been talked about for 18 months. And I think the time to come to suggestions for them would have been over the 18 months, not after they said that they were going to move on.
That's 21 months, by the way.
Dave?
I will forward a copy of Christie's email to the secretary, just to have it part of this discussion. But the email insinuated basically that it sets a responsibility to provide equipment matching UC's exact request. And since that's not even practical in most of the cases for which they're going to be requesting very specific machines, I believe it's the Bureau. It's been said in these various meetings, probably over the past 18 months, it keeps getting referred to, that it's the Bureau's job to provide machines. If a frozen machine is the only comparable solutions that BE can provide, that's what we provide. And if the operator wants to do it, but it's not the operator's obligation to come back with to fulfill the request with a machine available to BE that's practical. And the whole email concluded with, the Bureau considers it closed as far as any further communications with UC. Well, that's the state licensing agency. Why would they be concluding that they're not going to talk to UC anymore about, they're involved in a BGA with them? I just think that was a really improper email.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
The request from UC was put out in June 28th of 23. I agree with that. I received this facility on March 20th of 25. If you want to talk point fingers and all that kind of stuff and worry about 18 months, that's ridiculous to me to begin with, but I became involved on the 20th of March. I received, we're no longer going to deal with you on the 28th into a facility that we already have. We've already found it a suitable site for vending. And then I sent an email on April 8th, and none of this matters until everybody knows. The room's still not open. It's still not available for people. I haven't loaded the machines because no one has access to the room. So why are we complaining about a time? Why is the Bureau complaining about an 18-month time frame where they didn't answer, and saying that's reason for UC to be able to violate our priority, to decide our priority for us, and then not say a single word that we're like 26 months now since they sent it to us, and the room's still not open, the room's still not ready. It can't be open because there's a ginormous hole in the wall because they said we're going to put a Mac's Pizza here, and they built a hole for it without having 3 seconds to say, hey Mac, you're gonna put a pizza machine over here, do you have an extra one? So all of this is even a moot point because the room's not even open.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Frank?
Okay, this issue with UC, and I don't know how to say this other, UC, the way UC handles a lot of this stuff is it's hurry up, and then wait. They say something will be ready on one date, and oh, we gotta push it back 6 months. Oh, we gotta push it back 12 months. And it goes to the point Seth was just making was, when they keep pushing something back, it's hard to figure out exactly what we need to do or what we're going to do or when we need to do it. Now, I'm not saying, that excuses anything, but at the same time, and that's one of the reasons, we were talking about earlier, updating Bureau grantor agreements. We as a committee and as a program, these crazy requests are going to keep coming from universities, and we're going to have to figure out how we deal with them. What is the methodology? What is consistent across the state? Because we probably need to do it the same way at all of the universities. So there's some things to be worked out here. But and yes, UC doesn't, in my opinion, doesn't always communicate timely or communicate very well. And I also think we need a longer I'm not gonna say forever, but I think we need a longer time period to respond to UC than just 30 days. We need, I'm saying as a program, and maybe even as a committee, we need time to be able to research something or be able, can we do something? Is this something our program can do? Is this something that's gonna be profitable for the vendor? Because we don't wanna put vendors in a bad business position, and ultimately, the business decision is up to the vendor if they wanna, engage in a contract with a third-party machine. Yes, the SLA is part of that in some form or fashion. I agree with that. But, so I would say with UC, there's communication issues. The other problem is there's so many different people at UC that people talk to that nobody knows who's doing what or who the ultimate decision maker is there, and I'm sure there is one. I just don't know who it is. So all I'm saying is there are multiple problems with that, and I'm glad UC is removing that machine from that room. That's what needed to happen. They're moving it somewhere else to someone else's facility, so I hope they don't start moving all of that person's machines around and everything, but we'll see what happens. The one thing I will say, and this is my position, whether you think I'm right or wrong, is I do not think business enterprise program machines who are there under state law and have priority should be relegated to the back of the room or behind staircases like they used to be in the 1970s to make way for a Just Baked or a Farmer's Fridge or a Max Pizza or any other location that is quote-unquote private sector.
One of the things I want to speak to this, I do remember a conversation, and I can't remember what meeting it was, where we did talk about at one point a frozen food machine, and I believe it was for Marion Spencer. I know it was for UC, and I believe it was for Marion Spencer. I don't know where that conversation went, but let's look at the positives. UC corrected themselves. Unfortunately, I think that it was just so many changes that UC came in with all these expectations of things that they wanted. I don't think that they had the cooperation on these, like you said, fresh farmer's fridge and all this. I think they wanted these things, but these entities were not interested, from what I hear. But I think that moving forward, we can learn some stuff from what we just, this, and hopefully communication with the operator. But we have talked about this a lot, and I think that we probably should have presented. So you are willing, Seth? The frozen food is fine. I mean, is that Orville? Is that what you see? Is it going to accept, or what? Where are we with? Is that what I understood? That this is what we're offering UC, or UC agreed to?
Madam Chair, yes, the role. I mean, it is something that I, went back to UC several times and say, you guys want this, but this is what we can provide. And they weren't against it. I know that with that, I've asked for storage and stuff like that, because if we are going to be having a frozen or a refrigerator vending machine, then we should be able to have some space to have a single door cooler or freezer for backstop and stuff like that. For sure, that totally.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm sorry, were you recognizing me?
Go ahead.
I guess my question is, Orville, when did you have this conversation with UC, and was it after Christie's ill-advised email that said that BE was done discussing it? Did you then discuss it with UC after that email?
Madam Chair, I've been having this conversation with UC since I got into this position, and we had the market point conversation, because they've experienced the same thing there. So it's been a lot of talks, Mr. Ryan.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
So specifically, when you were told that they were moving the machine, was that before or after the email Christie sent out where the statement was that BE considers it a closed case, they will not discuss it with UC anymore?
Madam Chair,
yes.
I had a conversation with David Green around when you did send that email, and then I followed up with Katie after your email and Chris's email. I couldn't get UC to
respond to me in writing, so I did have to pick up the phone call.
So, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but you made contact with UC after the email from Christie?
Both, before and after.
Okay, thank
We
you.
were informed that they were moving it after our correspondence, after.
Yes, I understand that. I was just wondering when contact was made by the.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So they agreed to move the Just Bake machine into the Health Sciences building. Do we have an operator in that building?
Patrick,
How is Patrick going to benefit from that Just Bake machine being in there?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Again, Seth, Dave, Frank, you know, when we drafted that waiver letter for the health science building, that was one of their asks for, you know, a hot food machine, and we did waive that. So I'm not sure how much conversation more we can have, you know, with UC on that. I mean, I'm willing to, you know, have more conversations with them.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Dave.
I believe that's going to be dependent on the operator. If Patrick opposes that Just Bake, a waiver is nothing official. And if they want something in there like that, he's willing to do a frozen machine, the Just Bake machine is going to have to be removed. There's no way for Just Bake to provide an operator any income. And it cannot be provided by Sodexo while they're getting income from it.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
When I did have the conversation with Patrick about the opportunity that UC presented to us, you know, Patrick and I, we did talk about it as far as, you know, him providing something else. And Patrick doesn't feel as if there's money there to be made. So again, we drafted that waiver and we outlined it, me, you, and, you know, Frank. I just don't know what else to.
I do have a question. So, Seth, let's just go back to take one issue at a time. Seth.
Yeah, I can answer your question. I was waiting to break in to answer your question. The discussion with the committee here was left with, I don't believe UC would accept it because they asked for machines, find out what UC will accept. That's where that conversation was left for the frozen machine that we had discussed back, I believe it was the April meeting.
Yeah.
I could be wrong on the exact date, but that was the gist of the conversation was what will UC accept? And still didn't hear anything. So was that the question you wanted to answer for me?
Well, the question is at this moment of what we have worked out, even though it's been a lot of rough patches, we have a frozen machine that's going to be put in, they're going to provide the microwave. Are you okay with where we are now? I know there's, you know, all the other issues, but the positive, they're removing it. I think you're right, they shouldn't be able to put the machine just anywhere. But I do think that, you know, responding to some of these things we're trying to do, but I know we talked about this frozen machine, but I just don't know where that ball got dropped as far as conveying it and coming back and saying, yeah, they'll accept it, whatever it is. But are you okay with where we are now?
Madam Chair, I am okay with the end result. I am highly upset by, from the Bureau's own admission, they had nothing to do with this. They called up UC and said, hey, what's going on? And UC said, okay, we'll remove it. Just, there is no fight from the Bureau. And for the Bureau, the problem with this situation isn't the Just Bake machine. It's taken care of, wonderful. Put a frozen machine in, great. Things work out well. The problem is the Bureau's failure to act. The Bureau's failure to act for 21 months to give them an answer. And then the Bureau for 5 months go and do whatever you want. You can throw our priority away and we're okay with it. The problem here is the inaction by the Bureau from 23 until today. Even at the meeting today, this is not the Bureau's doing. This is UC said, we're gonna move it to this other place. There's no, that's the problem. Yes, a frozen machine, get a frozen machine with the freezer. As soon as I have a frozen machine in the freezer and they open the room for students to come into, I'll gladly fill the machine. But right now, nothing's filled in the room because nobody has access to the room. No student can get into that room. The door is locked 24 hours a day. So
Madam Chair.
Yes, Chris.
With all due respect to Mr. Ryan and the specifics of the situation, I certainly appreciate the fact that the university needs to open up the door before machines should be delivered or filled. But I don't see how there's any action for this committee to take at this time. And therefore, I request that we move on to the next agenda item.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
you have a second question. If you go forward with that, then.
No, I just wanted to just say that if this is the, if you're satisfied with where we are with that, I do think that we need to make sure that we are responding, I guess I was gonna say, since they haven't did anything with this room, I don't understand why UC is so upset, because they haven't done anything with this room. I understand they've been trying several things, and you just stated all these things that they wanted to do that didn't work out. I guess I'm thinking no harm, no foul. Let's just move on and try to maybe do better. Do as far as communication wise, because you should have been notified that that they decided to move. It should have been notified by the bureau. And but you just, I'm glad it worked out there. And Dave, and we will move on. Dave, you got something?
Well, yeah, Madam Chair, I just wanted to, I think one thing the committee does need to address is the inconsistent, if it exists at all, the inconsistent application of our priority that you see. The Bureau is so fixated on being what they call good partners with UC that they can't see the locked doors that are right in front of their faces. You have Max Pizzas that have been installed and have been there for a long time now that nobody is making any money from. If the Just Bake machine had to be moved because it's against priority, that automatically means that Max Pizzas are against priority too. Two of which were installed with no communication with any of the operators that the Bureau facilitated at the direction of management by their own admission. There is a problem with enforcing priority on UC's campus, and I think that it's something the committee should address, just like we have to apply that priority uniformly across all the universities. It needs to apply uniformly to one particular university where they're so adamant about being good partners with them, they basically let them do whatever they want. I don't think that's appropriate.
Madam Chair?
Yes, and
I've been going through this whole thing, but I am gonna say something, and it's probably not gonna be real popular, but because it's come up, I'm gonna comment on it. That is not just a UC or a university issue. Whenever there is some kind of disagreement, and this has gone on for decades, it's not just the Bureau folks here, it's gone on forever, where there is any dispute between a grantor and an operator, and the Bureau's kind of in the middle, the Bureau almost exclusively always takes the side of the grantor, unless the operator sticks up and has to fight for it. That's a common occurrence, and it's, like I said, it's not just universities. It's happened time, and I could sit here all afternoon and give examples. I won't do that, but I could. So that is an ongoing problem. Yes, we have to, and they're in a tough position. I'll give them that. They're in the middle between the operator's needs and the grantor, their perceived needs. And they want to be good partners with the grantor, and I can appreciate that. But sometimes their partnership, being good partners with the operator, gets set by the wayside and is considered secondary to the concerns for the grantor. And I'll stop.
Madam Chair, I have 3 years, 54 pages of minutes of discussing UC third-party machines. We didn't make a decision. We've come and talked ad nauseum to this group, to the local, like, what is the plan? What are we doing? We never made that decision. And I
please go back and read the November and December, or October, November, December meeting minutes. We're like, hey guys, what are we doing? What are we doing? So I think, and I need, and we won't decide today, going forward with third party, because you guys are right, this is coming up. What is the game plan? Is the game plan to off the bat tell the universities, no, we're not going to bring in or agree to adjust bake, but we can provide a frozen food machine and a microwave? Is that, or is it going to still be individual, like work with the local operators? We need a plan. I understand what, I can't speak to what happened years ago. And, again, 30 days, 60 days, they came to us and we immediately went to the local, like, what do you guys want to do? And I understand, I look back at that June 30th, it said they desired those machines. And so I think the interpretation of, well, they were demanding these machines, or we assumed that it was just these machines versus an alternative, whatnot. No one knows if these are going to be profitable or not. And we've heard from other universities and like even UC. I don't know if Just Bake's gonna even make a profit. I don't know if a frozen food machine in this area is gonna make a profit. They just have a need for hot food, and it's hard. It's going to be a risk for the individual operator to take that on. But we have to just come up with a plan. But to sit back and just hear that we just automatically rolled over to UC when we've been trying to involve everyone, it's hard for me to take.
Chair.
1 second. Chris is next,
And I,
Okay.
trying to be sensitive to Dave's question and Christie's point just now. Dave's question earlier in relationship to the health sciences building was, how does that benefit the operator in that building, management? And Christie's saying we need a game plan. And respecting that we certainly do need a game plan. We need a game plan for turning off my daggone phone when the daggone meeting's going on. So what I would propose, as we were talking earlier about boilerplate language or template language regarding Bureau of Records, what I would propose is we know that, first of all, robotic machines are not going away because we are living in a society where available labor force is diminishing. So I would say that the two things that we would want, Christie, in an agreement are, first of all, a 10% commission to the operator, and second of all, that the machine be placed in a room, in a location where the operator is also operating additional vending machines, so that we could benefit from the spin-off sales. If the kid goes to get the slice of pizza from the Just Baked machine, then he can turn around to Patrick's beverage machine and get himself a beverage to go with it. And so those are the two factors that I think could make these agreements win-win. And it would satisfy Dave's concern that the operator should receive some tangible benefit from the operation of automatic merchandising in a building where we have priority. And at the same time, we as a program not be saddled with the expense of these unproven automatic merchandisers and machines that we don't have a lot of expertise in operating. So that's where I'm thinking the conversation needs to go in our negotiation with the universities. That would put a little bit of money in the pocket. I know that some of the people who are doing, some people are feeling good about their farmer's fridge relationships, for example, right now, that do involve a 10% commission to the operator. And they are placed in situations where the operator has other vending. So that would be my suggestion. I would like to see the conversation go in that way, because otherwise, we don't get anywhere by criticizing people's past performance. Let it effing go.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Somebody else is next.
I was next.
Okay, go ahead.
First of all, this isn't a criticism of 20 years ago. This is a criticism of yesterday.
Still.
Yesterday. Next, for what Mr. Johnson just said, that is illegal because The only way that a third-party machine can go into a facility somewhere on governmental property is for the BSVI director to determine that that is not a suitable site for a vending area for blind people. So since you cannot put a third-party operated machine by Sodexo or whoever next to our vending machines because it literally violates the law. My suggestion would be, first of all, whenever a university or somebody sends us something that requires a payment from the operator, to have it just baked, you have to buy or rent the machine. If the program is not going to buy the machine, we cannot be required in a BE facility to pay a rent on a machine just because the grantor wants it. And the grantor cannot put the machine in the facility because we can't pay the fee. We cannot pay a fee. The Bureau is to supply the equipment. So if the Bureau wants just baked in there and everybody agrees to it, the Bureau needs to pay the monthly fee, which they don't want to do. I cannot be forced, Dave can't be forced, Chris can't be forced to pay a monthly fee if they do not want to. Now, if an operator says, I'll take it just baked and I'll pay the fee to make the money off of it, that's fine. They can, if they enter into that on their own, that's fine, but we cannot be forced as operators to either get a just baked machine and pay the fee, or UC's gonna put it in there, or whoever's gonna put it in there anyways. That would be a violation of the law. We cannot be forced to pay fees to operate vending machines in a suitable vending area.
One of the issues I think also we need to look at, I think that some of the, if I recall, because we have talked about this so much, we didn't get, some of you all were saying you wasn't getting responses back from these third parties. Am I right, Horrible, that wasn't that part of the thing, that the third party wasn't communicating? Am I getting our local,
Madam
we
Chair,
talk UC issues so much.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
you're right, it was like that at first. We did end up having a meeting with Just Bake. We had a meeting with Max Pizza, which I'm still waiting on Max Pizza's in the agreement that he was supposed to send to us.
That's still not for me.
Yeah, there's been some conversation.
So I think that we, I guess we all have to recognize that this is new to our program, dealing with third parties. It's not perfect. We still are working out the kinks. I think we all need to just take a breather. Thank goodness that this situation with Seth has been resolved, but it's not going to end there. We do have to come up with a game plan or figure out how we're gonna deal, because this robotic stuff is recruiting stuff that the universities use to recruit and get people to come to, they want to look good to other colleges and other people around the state. And so we are going to be dealing with this, but I think that, I think everybody at the table, when they're asking for this and we're going your grant agreement, we need to maybe have some of these third parties that they're interested in, them bring them to the table to discuss what's our possibilities. So when the Bureau brings these opportunities to us, they can say, this is what we are dealing with. I mean, this is what they're asking, this is what the third party wants or don't want, or, whatever, to see if it's feasible for us. That way we don't, because it's getting messy, because this is territory that we really have not explored.
Madam Chair.
I'm gonna go, go ahead.
I agree with everything Chris was saying. I mean, Seth's right too, of course. So providing what Chris is suggesting, I think would work, providing we can find a way for it to conform to any legal scrutiny. We're obviously not going to get this all hashed out today. I mean, this is going to take a while, but I would also kind of point out that I don't know that we necessarily resolved this issue, and we resolved it for Seth, but we literally put it in the lap of another operator to do it. And I can't ask Pat what he thinks right now, because of his recent tragedy. But I don't know how he's going to feel about that. He may or may not like it. We'll just have to wait and see. But I don't know that it's either against the law or it's not for a private contractor to install a machine. And whether you call it a robotics machine or what, it's still a vending machine. And it's still, for a private contractor to install that, it's still against our priority. And it either is or it isn't. There's no gray area.
I do like Chris's approach on this. I'm going to, I think it was somebody else. Wait 1 second.
Frank.
Was it Frank?
Yeah, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I have a question for Christie. Do you, program managers across, you guys still have a listserv where you can send out questions? I was just wondering how other programs around the country handle third-party machines like this, or is any other states even doing this?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Frank, I can ask. I know that, again, we're one of the few with the largest footprint on colleges and universities, but in general, like, you know, if a Just Bake goes into like an office building, I can ask how they deal with that. It's a good suggestion.
And
Go ahead, Chris.
thank you, Frank and Chris. To Seth's point regarding, legality and the boundaries of the law concerning any potential for third parties to install, we know that it is not uncommon for us to be asked to provide services that are outside of the resources of the program, and we offer to grant a waiver in those cases. And I think that it's very reasonable to expect that if we could kind of smooth out the working relationship with the university, that these situations would be addressed in a similar fashion, where I certainly agree that we don't want anything forced down an operator's throat, but we have to recognize that they do have some legitimate business interests involved in as Yvette was suggesting, in making themselves look good with the coolest, neatest techie toys that make the kids want to come to their school or whatever. So what I would suggest is that hopefully in the future, the campuses could ask us for a waiver in those situations, and we would say we would grant the waiver under certain conditions. And the two conditions that I specified previously would be the conditions: that the machine must be installed in adjacent to or in the vending area of our licensed blind operator on campus, and that operator receive a 10% commission on sales. But it would be a waiver, rather, of our first right of refusal. The first right of refusal could still give the operator, that first right of refusal.
Madam Chair.
Seth?
Again, you cannot waive Ohio Revised Code. That is the law of the land, and it clearly states that no third-party vendor shall be assigned or given, I'm sorry, I don't have the words in front of me, but the gist of it is they cannot be granted permission to operate on governmental property unless the director of the BSVI has found that this site is not suitable for a vending area for a blind operator. There's no waiver of that. You cannot waiver what the law clearly states is not allowed.
I'm thinking that let's move on to the next topic. If you all are done, I think that we've discussed this. We're going to say UC delivery issues, and now Seth again.
Yes, just we've had a problem with Pepsi where Pepsi's dropping delivery. So UC used to, when they were running their own pop, they had a dedicated driver, they had a dedicated guy that came in and ordered their pop for them. They had it delivered to a large area in the middle of campus for the UC guys to spread it out, and that worked out well for them. So, but when we switched over, we now have, like, Dave has his facility, Pat has his, I believe they both have one, but due to how my facility works, I have 7 different storage cabinets that I have to make deliveries into and make minimums and all that kind of stuff. So to run this business without storage, that hopefully the Bureau will get for us in this VGA, to run it without storage is I have to run it on a shoestring. I have no place to store extra pop. I can't store extra pop and then hope that I load it out so I can get more storage into a cabinet that holds 25 cases. So I have to strategically order to make sure that I can keep my machines loaded and to keep the storage compartments empty so I can have more deliveries. So when UC is dropping deliveries, not making deliveries, or all the other problems that when Pepsi is not UC, when they're not making the deliveries, these are becoming compounding problems. And the problem is that we went to UC, the Bureau on our side, and when props are due, the Bureau's on our side on this all the time. We gotta get this figured out. They've set up meetings, we're talking to numerous different people at UC, but the problem still exists. No matter how many meetings we have, no matter how many things, you still got Pepsi going, oh, UC's our flagship in this area because that's our biggest thing, but we don't care because you're not UC when it comes to orders. So when your driver calls off, you get bumped for 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Sometimes I have Monday deliveries delivered on Friday, and anybody who works out of a storage cabinet knows that 5 days, that's 5 days without sales. That's 5 days of complaints. That's 5 days of students and customers going, well, why even bother going to a vending machine if they're never full? So the Bureau's been on our side, but at this point in time, something else needs to happen. I think the Bureau needs to go more active on this, because if nothing changes, we're going to continue on these same ways. I'm having delivery trouble. Dave has delivery troubles. I believe Pat has delivery troubles too. In these calls, it's just no matter what we do, us as the operators and the Bureau with us, nothing is changing. So we got to figure a different way to get this done. Because if I have to abide by the pouring rights, they have to abide by the pouring rights also. And that means they have to deliver what is ordered, and they have to deliver it on time. And that's the delivery issues that I don't know what can happen here, but it's just something's got to give, and UC's just not taking it seriously enough, and they're not forcing Pepsi to abide by the pouring rights agreement to deliver.
We had a discussion about what was the response when you talked to Pepsi, or I think it was someone from Pepsi. You had a conversation and let the committee know what that was about.
Madam Chair, for the keys or the overall just delivery?
I think the delivery issues, and I'm not sure if you talk to someone from UC as well to let them know about the situation with the keys. Because that was unacceptable. Someone takes the keys on vacation with them.
Thank you. Oh, I forgot.
Madam Chair, I would say that Matt Merchant from Pepsi, he is very apologetic. They have a lot of things going on their end as well, which is, affecting the operators when it comes to delivery drivers and stuff like that. But they themselves are committed to all of us being good partners. I'm not sure what more to add to it.
Well, was UC aware that this happened to Seth as far as Pepsi taking his keys? Because that's why it was put on the agenda about taking his keys the driver taking his keys on vacation with him?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yes, Pepsi, or Matt Merchant was notified of that, so was Dave Breen. In fact, Dave Breen was helping me out by making sure that the keys got to the driver at Fishwick. Now, Matt Merchant with Pepsi, I may be a minority in this situation, but I've had almost zero problems with him. He tries to work with me. When I bring a problem to him, he tries to get it fixed. My conditions on this is we're still having the same problems. So just because we're fixing the problems as they happen, I think we should fix the problems before they happen. And for people who don't know, Pepsi has a set of my keys. They had a temporary driver come in 1 week. He used my keys to make my deliveries, took them home, and went on vacation. And then the next week, they couldn't make any of my deliveries because they could not get into any of my cabinets because my keys were in Bahamas or at his house. I don't know where they were. So I had to go out and spend money to buy a lockbox, to put a lockbox with my only spare set of keys in one location for Pepsi to come back 3 days later to pick those keys up, make my deliveries, and then bring the keys back the next day. It's just, I know most people don't like to have their keys unaccounted for. I certainly don't. And so that was one of the issues. I think that was a one-time thing, but that was put into this because it's just a compounding issue. A guy calls off this week, I'm put behind 2 days. Get to the next week, I still have things left over. My machines aren't as good as it should be because I had 2 days to make a sell. I still make an order, and then that one doesn't get delivered for 3 days because they forget my keys. It's just the compounding issues of just one mistake after another, when we need to figure out a way to get the mistakes fixed before they happen.
And Madam Chair,
Dave.
it's I mean, that's all certainly part of what's going on, and Matt, and the only point where I'll defend him is he may not have authority over all of the people involved, so there's some things he can't actually address. But at the same time, delivery issues, product availability issues is a big one, and I'm not sure how proactive anybody can be in solving some of these issues. I think one question I have is, I'm not really sure how enforceable the pouring rights agreement is in who we specifically use as a provider. I'm not suggesting that we be able to bring Coke to an exclusive Pepsi campus, but we should certainly be able to get Pepsi products from a supplier that has enough product availability to satisfy our need, or who has service at a high enough quality to be sufficient for our needs. And being stuck with the Pepsi provider that we are right now is not adequate. You know, it fails in so many ways. If I'm not sure the pouring rights agreement covers or has enough force to make sure that we can't order from Pepsi products from anywhere.
Well, I'm going to speak to something, and I understand that you're speaking specifically to UC, but I'm just talking about generally dealing with the companies, beverage companies and stuff.
100%, yeah.
7-Up, they ran out of water. I got 20 cases, didn't get delivered. Did I get a phone call? Did they tell me? I go in, go look and get my delivery. I'm like, okay, where's my delivery? It's not, I just think that some things is beyond the Bureau's control. And I spoke it. Some things are beyond their control. It's just a matter of doing business. We have to figure it out. What I do, scramble, I have to go to, water has to be in the machine for the customers. So now I'm running to Sam's or wherever, throwing something that I normally wouldn't put in there just to survive. I can't say you all can do that. I'm just speaking that some things is just we deal with. Just dealing with companies and suppliers. Vistar forgot my whole frozen order off my delivery. And I go in, they only give you so much time to tell them what you didn't get. And here we're scrambling because we're trying to fill this school, we're trying to do this. And then we find out, okay, wait a minute, where's all my pastries? But they're charging me as a $3,000 bill, so I gotta call them, And so I think that it's not we may not be satisfied because we're held to these, these pouring rights and all this other kind of stuff. But I think it's just some things are just doing business. It's a pain, but it is what it is. It is what it is.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I appreciate what you just said, but the problem is that I can buy from G&J Pepsi. I have an account there right now. I can buy from G&J Pepsi and get all my Pepsi need and take them to Cincinnati, but I am prohibited from doing that. I am prohibited from not using a supplier that is failing me at every chance because of a pouring rights agreement that I didn't sign, and that the Bureau didn't sign, that is being forced on me by the Bureau to have this facility. The Bureau, regardless of anything else, the Bureau is the only reason that I am still dealing with PepsiCo partners. And just to put everybody's mind at ease, everybody's shown their exasperation with UC and all this stuff. Trust me, I get it. I'm the one dealing with it. Dave's the one dealing with it. We don't want to deal with all this crap, but we have to. And when we go to the Bureau to get this crap taken care of, things just compound, whether or not it's this issue where they have, it's going to take creativity for them to be able to move them in the right direction because they don't have a direct say in it. Or all the other things. We're tired of dealing with it as much as you guys are tired of hearing about it. But that doesn't mean that anything that we're dealing with isn't critical for our business and for the Bureau's through our businesses as individuals in this program. So exasperated or not about how many times UC's on the thing, maybe we ought to understand that maybe the problem is UC and their inability or their whatever they're doing, and we need to try to fix it as opposed to just go, this one, oh, they're removing the machine so everything's good now. The problem is still there that that UC says that they can choose our priority. Those are what needs to be fixed. That's what the Bureau and that's what the OVRC needs to it's not whether or not there's a Just Bake machine in Marion Spencer's, it's the mindset of UC and the mindset of BE to allow UC to set those things. That's what we need to work on. It's not these individual, we haven't got cherry Pepsi for 6 weeks. I can buy 80 cases of cherry Pepsi from G&J Pepsi in Hamilton right now. But I can't get them at PepsiCo Partners, so my machines sit empty. And I am forced into this. I do not have a choice as to who I can use as my supplier. You said Vistar screwed up your order. You don't have to use Vistar. You're choosing to, and that's fine. You can make that choice and put up with the things. But I don't even have the choice to say, no, this is not to my specifications, because I'm required to do it by a thing signed by UC and Pepsi after UC had already agreed to give us all the pots and still didn't have us at the table. These are the problems. Go ahead. Sorry.
I do have a question though. We're on defense, not on offense. We're usually not at the table when, is that an issue? I mean, should that be something that we look at? And I don't know if you can, Christy, when we're going with the colleges and they're getting into the part, maybe you all should be at the table when this stuff is being set up from the get-go to ensure our program is being able to be partners in a fair and equitable way, because I think that is where it's missing, and I don't know if it'll solve the UC issue, but I think that
It's a step
moving
in the right
forward.
direction.
I'm sorry.
That's a step in the right direction.
Yeah,
yes,
I think that we
100%.
need to be at the table, the Bureau needs to be at the table, the SLA, when the universities are working to get their pouring rights, to figure out, and have that meeting and not come in afterwards and just, yes.
It seems to me we passed something or talked about that. I don't know if we actually did a motion or not, but it seems to me a couple meetings ago, we said, hey, I think it would be beneficial, we think it'd be beneficial to everybody, including the universities, that when they negotiate pouring rights agreements, that we're part of the discussion. I think we had that talk.
We did.
Like I said, I don't remember if there was a motion. I'd have to look that up.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
So,
Madam Chair, I believe there was a
The
motion.
pouring rights agreement is between the university and the pouring rights. We can ask to be part of the table, but there's nothing in law, and they will say that it's their contract. That's why we have some contracts that are redacted, and we have no ability to get that. What we can do, I think, is and we're getting better at that too, is providing language. We can provide language for the pouring rights. What we can also do when we're redoing the BGAs is to say when there are service issues that we are provided a way to get our product elsewhere. Maybe, again, it would be a negotiation, it would be, they would have to agree. We can ask to be at the table, but there's nothing that says that they will allow that, because they will say you're not party to that contract. You're getting into contract law. But we can absolutely, I think, get suggested language for the pouring rights, and some have put that in there. And again, those issues benefited us. We're going to see the UT hopefully soon.
Madam Chair.
Yes, I did.
I actually think, I agree with Christy completely on that. Providing some kind of language so that if we are having constant troubles with a particular supplier or bottling, whatever, that we have our recourse is to go somewhere else who's going to give us what we need. And that's great going forward, but we need something to solve the existing pouring rights agreements, and it doesn't just affect us, it affects everybody around the state that's got pouring rights agreements that are not happy with Coke or Pepsi and who they're ordering it from. As long as we stick to Pepsi products, I can't see it, that even the existing pouring rights agreements being enforceable on us about who we order it from.
This might be a silly question, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. Could, and I know they probably wouldn't go for it, can we put amendments to that as far as that? Because at the end of the day, we're trying to serve the customers of UC and with any other universities. If these quote, provider that we have to, cannot fulfill our order or cannot deliver something that we could use another, and I'm saying Coke, so you have to use another Coke distributor in order to get that product. Is that, maybe it's probably wishful thinking, but.
Would be in the BGA, not in a pouring right, that would be in the BGA.
BGA.
Could we amend the
Yeah, I'm saying, can we add?
Amend the BGAs.
Maybe in going
I think it's
forward.
good.
Yeah, and.
Might as well try.
And Madam Chair,
Yes.
like Christie said, the pouring rights agreement is between UC and
Yes.
Pepsi or whatever university you're talking about in Pepsi or Coke. Yeah, they're not gonna allow us to
Right.
like really step in there and take over or insert things that they don't necessarily agree with. But I don't think it's beyond the Bureau to say, hey, if the current supplier is not giving us what we need to serve our customers, then we have to be able to go get our source that product from another source.
Because at the end of the day, we need to help the operators be able to do their job.
100%.
So if that's possible, can we look into that and we need a motion to enact to be able to maybe have the Bureau look into that for us?
Well, I don't know how much that they would really have to look into it. It's
But
just
just
a
add
kind of
them
a
in.
position that they would just have to assert. You know, there's nothing binding us to a specific supplier. That the pouring rights agreement would only require that we sell Pepsi-only products. Where we get those from as an independent operator should be up to us.
Well,
Madam Chair.
let me just say this one thing. I don't want to go off the rails in saying that this is just strictly if they, like Seth mentioned about how much, would use out of cherry Pepsi?
Yeah, I can't
or
get cherry
whatever,
Pepsi
all
for
this-
6 weeks.
Okay, after trying to get it from the quote said provider that you tried and they can't deliver, then it releases us to be able to get it where we need to get it from. I think we still need to try to work with those entities that we have to, but the amendment was strictly for when they can't provide what we need, that we can, then that operator is allowed to go and get it in order to do their job. And I don't wanna, give us where we have, we start making a mess, out of, but I think that we need to be able to help the operators be able to do what they need to do. I think someone else had something.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Seth.
Why we're discussing things along these lines, we also need to, at some point in time, discuss the statewide prices for Coke and Pepsi that are sometimes lower than the required prices that we have to pay for the How do we get that? I mean, I can buy Coke from Coca-Cola right now, and I can go down the street to a vendor and buy Coke for $2.50 less a case.
I don't know, I think Coke is high anyway, so I'm thinking that most people are paying, what, 29?
I have a place that's selling them for $27.60.
Okay. And I think that's in different parts of the state.
I'm in Hamilton, both of them. Both of these are in Hamilton. Getting
What
through
was the
Coke
last-
is $29.
Sally, what was the last, beginning of the year came out? Some agreements that we had with.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
And Seth, I'm not sure if you're part of the buying groups or not, but if you are, I would go to them and see if there's anything they can do, because as Randolph Shepherd, we're supposed, and you're part of the buying group, that, you're supposed to get a particular price for that. So maybe some folks can, at that level, that's, you know, they're bigger and broader than we are, they might be able to negotiate something.
I agree with you. The problem is that the pouring rights agreement sets the price, at least at UC. UC has set prices with PepsiCo partner for UC's purchase
Yeah,
price.
that's a,
Yeah, that's not consistent.
It's
Sorry.
not. Dave and I pay different prices for 24 packs.
wow, that's wrong.
Yikes.
But I would, they might be able to help
But
negotiate.
before we get on that.
But yeah, because we have a lot left on the agenda, I don't want to.
Yeah, before we get on another topic, I think we do need a motion for the adding the amendment. If anybody want to make that motion, or?
Well, Madam Chair, I mean, to be clear, the universities are not going to allow us to add amendments to their pouring rights agreement.
Well, we were talking about to the BGA. I mean, to, not, the Bureau Granted Agreement. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. That will allow you, the operator. We're just talking about the strictly between the state and the grantor. Add an amendment to our agreement.
Okay.
To allow you, the operator, to get the product you need when the provider fails to provide it.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I like it, but there's no way those entities will sign it. Because, I mean, the Bureau would, but there's no way UC would sign that and contradict their pouring rights agreement. They would, I mean,
Yeah.
I can't imagine they would sign something saying that we could do something in violation of their other agreement. We gotta get these done at the get-go when they get these
Well, then
agreements.
that's the only other option we
Yeah.
have, is being at the table.
Yeah, I don't.
When these agreements are being, trying to be asking or trying to be at the table, when the agreements, where you have both entities, because again, at the end of the day, the operator is the one that's boots on the ground filling it. But if these are, you know, if we don't have any cohesiveness between, the SLA, the grantor and the company, Pepsi, Coke, or whatever, that we're gonna be back here talking about the same thing constantly. So I guess that concludes that. Let's move on. Sharon, virtual meeting, the bylaws, virtual meetings, is that our next topic?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I did send out a draft to everybody, and Christie, thanks for cleaning up that horrible mess that was the first one. It has language at the bottom that our AG representative put forth. But there's a few things in there that needs filled in. It said something like, you know, committee decides on this, or something. So we need to look through that language and decide how the committee wants to go with that, write it up, and then vote on it probably at the next meeting, if people want to see it, you know, the finished product in writing.
Chrissy, what was that you pointed out to me as far as the language? You were saying that, I'm trying to recall, it would make plenty of sense of how we worded the virtual meetings. I'm trying to remember our conversation.
So, Madam Chair, I
Yes.
think two different, well, similar and different,
Okay.
two different topics. You know, again, I think in that, like, it's at the bottom, but the last motion, it was the motion that you guys had said something to the effect of, and I'm trying to bring it up, that people could attend virtual meetings for special meetings and subcommittee meetings held. And I said that, you know, we need to put it needs to be more in line with that it's still a public meeting and people have the option to call in, that they're not just strictly held virtually. And I know that's a nuance, but I think that goes to what Annette was saying when she was working with the AG.
And it is on there, I mean, that stuff on the bottom And I don't know if someone has that.
Madam Chair, there's
I
a,
have it if you like.
oh, okay.
If someone can,
There's the letter F is 2F is highlighted in yellow. I don't know if that's what everybody's talking about.
That-
Yeah, that's-
No, the F was the original language that I think Annette had worked on, and she said, no, it needed to be teased out more, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
It's at the very bottom of the document.
I'll get that.
yeah, there's a bad letter F, which was the one I tried to get us to do. That
so, all right.
paragraph needs to be.
Yeah, I see the F further down.
Yeah, that's the one that we need to, that the AG wrote.
Okay, Chris is gonna read it.
Yeah, I printed out a copy to bring today. Originally in Article 2, subsection F, that's the part that, as Christie said, needed to be teased out a little bit longer. And that basically spoke to the option of special meeting and committee meetings being by teleconference, but and all regular meetings requiring on-site participation. But in Amendment 5, or in Section 5, after the section on amendments, we've been given an alternative Section F for Article 2. And that's titled Virtual Meetings. It says, subsection 1, all members of the OVRC who wish to participate in regular meetings must appear in person. 2, members of the OVRC may attend and participate in special meetings of the OVRC using video conference technology system if all the following apply. And we've got subsection A. 72 hours notice accessible by reasonable methods, and please put here how notice will be given. So the method of making notice. Of the time, place, and purpose or agenda of the special meeting to the public, media, and parties required to be noticed. In other words, you gotta tell them what the subject is, place and time. And then subsection 2, provided there is public access which ensures the public can see and hear all aspects of the special meeting. Now, wouldn't we love that? If all parties could see and hear, including any members of the public body that may be participating virtually. And then, parentheses, the OVRC needs to decide the method to be used. And so there's a second section that this body's gonna have to weigh in on. We've gotta tell them, how the notices be given, and then we've gotta, talk about this, or define this, decide what method is to be used. Subsection C, members who wish to attend the special meeting virtually must notify the chair of the public body at least, insert here how much, far in advance, and then D, any vote on, I think that's probably a language error there. Any vote must be done by roll call unless there is a motion for unanimous consent, which is not objected to. It's up to the OVRC if they want to include the provision for a unanimous consent vote. And then under subsection D, 1, the following items cannot be voted on during a special meeting. And it may be easier to put a provision that no votes will be taken during a special meeting, is what they say. But if votes can be taken, you need a list, define all the terms below. Then we've got a subsection, A, a vote to approve a major non-routine expenditure of the OVRC, the non-routine expenditure, again, that. A vote to approve a significant hiring decision as well. Obviously, we don't make hiring decisions, so that one probably isn't right. But that's the end of the language right there. So this is, I believe, presented, a lot of this was in consultation with the assistant AG, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, So some of there's probably a little bit more legalese there than we really need on those last couple factors, but she's telling us we've got to give a little more specifics on what the boundaries are on virtual meeting, the overall gist of these specifics.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Frank?
did I understand that to say that there cannot be no votes taken in a special meeting?
Well, what it said here specifically, Frank, is, in section D, any vote must be done by roll call, unless there's a motion, but there's some language there that's gonna affect, that's what you heard. So let me finish this up. Or motion for unanimous consent. And the following items cannot be voted on during a special meeting, and then that's if we want to enumerate what items could not be voted on in the special meeting. But some of those, that are implied in the language below are outside the purview of this committee in the first place. For example, hiring and spending decisions.
Well, we do have spending.
Yeah, what?
Secretary.
Yeah, some spending,
Well,
limited spending.
Madam
What are you
Chair,
saying now?
I was gonna say, it says those spending decisions that would be unusual.
Oh, okay.
So if we wanted the program to buy a vehicle or something, that wouldn't be something we normally would do. I would think normal, everyday spending is still permitted.
Yeah. But that's usually not gonna be a special meeting topic anyway.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
How much sense does it make to try to exclude things you can vote on for special meetings when you don't even know in advance what those special meetings might be? How could you exclude certain things prior to that? You know what I mean?
Madam Chair, I think that language of the expenditures and hiring comes straight from the law.
It does.
And it's not only special meetings, but since this is referring to special meetings, that's why it says that. If we did regular meetings virtually, we couldn't vote on those things either at the regular meetings.
So we just, those are just gonna be in there by default, and they don't really, we wouldn't be trying to vote on those anyway, so they're just kind of there as a placeholder.
I do have a question though, for something that we want to, again, we want to be added to our bylaws or us discuss. We need to send it out, because right now we're just trying to talk about virtual and virtual meetings and that kind of stuff. That's really what this is, or this is our bylaws in general. That, is that what are we just trying to tie down the virtual meeting thing, or are we talking about our bylaws in general?
Madam Chair, I believe we're trying to do the virtual.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
For
Frank.
special meetings and for subcommittee meetings, is that
Okay.
correct?
Yes.
So Madam Chair, what we need to do is those couple, there was 2 or 3 things in there that Chris mentioned that said committee has to determine how to do that. That's where we are. We need to make those determinations of, how many hours ahead of time does a member have to tell the chair? What means are you going to ensure that the meeting is seen and heard by everybody?
Okay.
And I think there's the one about where do you publish the notice for the meetings? The Bureau does that on their website.
Yes.
So
that answers that question.
yeah, and it's sent out to all. The 2 things we do is that the Bureau publishes it on their website, and the agenda and notice is sent out to all operators, or all licensees, I should say. So that one's kind of answered, unless there's another thing I'm missing. Is it put anywhere else?
There's 3 items, but.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I meant as far as the publication goes, taking them one at a time.
Okay.
The publication of the meeting,
Okay.
right now it's done on OOD's website, I believe, and it's sent out in accessible format to all licensees. Preferred format to all licensees. So that would answer that one. We could probably put language into that. Is it done anywhere else?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm taking notes here that we can use for subsequent, edits.
Right.
So, in paragraph A, where it says, 72 hours notice accessible by reasonable methods, including publication on OOD website and by email to all licensed operators.
Or notice to all licensed operators in preferred format.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
you probably cannot get a mailed letter to somebody in 3 days, depending on what part of the state, so that would probably conflict with your 72-hour notice. I think due to the nature that it is a special meeting, then maybe email is the only way to do it.
Yes, I agree.
That's probably.
Okay.
Okay, so you've got that nailed down as she said. And then it would read from there say, of the time, place, and purpose in the agenda of the special meeting. So, okay, the second thing we need to define in paragraph B, it reads, there is public access which ensures the public can see and hear all aspects of the special meeting, including any members of the public body that may be participating virtually, which is the cameras on thing, right? And then here's the parentheses, the OVRC needs to decide the method to be used. So are they saying like Zoom, Teams, Microsoft Teams?
Microsoft Teams.
So, Madam Chair, I would suggest, again, to make this, so we don't have to change it, I would suggest that we put, maybe participating virtually via Microsoft Teams or Zoom, or Zoom. We do have an extra license for Zoom. If we decided to change it, then you wouldn't have to open up the bylaws. So either say, either by Microsoft Teams or Zoom. I'd make it broad. I don't know what your guys' opinion about it.
It's good.
Yes,
Are we allowed to use Zoom now? Are you guys allowed to use Zoom now?
Madam Chair, we have, the agency has 10 licenses, and it's my understanding that we do have an extra license. We still have to figure out with this Surface Pro and the technology exactly how to do it, but I think we could. If it's more user-friendly for you guys, I think we can have that conversation, absolutely.
Can we broaden the language to just say?
Oh, but we can't do it on the hub, that's the
Well,
problem.
what I was gonna say is, could we say, public body that may be participating virtually, via any readily available public meeting software? Platform? Yeah. Versus, because we don't know what the next great
that
thing
doesn't lock you in.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Maybe teleconferencing.
Conferencing platform.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Because again, now I'm being told we can't use Zoom on this, which I think might complicate it, because I think that they also need to see.
Right, but, okay.
Video
You have
conferencing,
to,
video
you have to be seen
conferencing.
on camera, right?
Video, readily available video conferencing software?
Yes. Yep.
I'm
video
sorry, Chris, you did say
Platform.
you have to be seen on camera, right?
Yes, that's the law. And, Madam Chair, to go back, and that, this is, I know you've had a lot of conversations with Michelle, and I don't have the law up. That 72-hour notice, and remind me, because of the law too, it's twofold. One is to make sure that everyone has notice of this public thing, but I thought that, since we're not gonna do regular meetings, I thought that there was a requirement in the law that a person who wanted to attend virtually had to tell the chair. But that's not what this is. This is virtual meetings, and we've all decided that regular meetings are gonna be in person.
Right, so that's what we're doing.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm thinking I thought 72 hours had to be to the chairperson, but then she gives us the option in this to decide how long. That's the third.
Oh, that's what it read, the way you read it.
Yeah, that's the third piece that we can decide. The chair needs to know ahead of time, but it says committee, how long do you want? And if we get to choose, I would say 24 hours
So,
would be my
Madam Chair,
suggestion.
no, it says here, members who wish to attend the special meeting virtually must notify the chair of the public body at least, and then it says, insert here how far in advance you want to be notified. It cannot be less than 48 hours.
Oh, okay, well then 48.
48.
I would go with the 48 then myself.
I'm good with that.
So special meeting virtually must notify the chair of the public body at least 48 hours in advance?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, then we go down to subsection D, subsection 1. The following items cannot be voted on during a special meeting. And this is where you get into some things that are maybe outside the purview of this body anyway. But, and the Assistant AG says it may be easier to put in a provision that no votes can be taken in special meeting period. And that's what Frank was concerned about. And I think we're in consensus in this room that we do believe that sometimes you do have to make decisions, you do have to make votes. So, we could more readily just say, just use the state's boilerplate language and say, no votes shall be taken concerning non-routine expenditures or significant hiring decisions, and just let it go. And that way we leave ourselves the broadest scope of decision-making authority possible.
Madam Chair, I completely agree. I think we just need to leave, because I asked her about that. I said, do we really, because we don't do these things anyway, and she, it's got to be there, so. Or you just say no votes at all. That's exactly what she told me, and I thought the same thing. If we're holding a special meeting, it's because we need something decided now for the most sometimes, so.
Madam Chair, she writes in here, insert definition of what a non-routine expenditure is. Do we have to define that?
Well, just like the example, well, I guess we don't want to put things, but the example of in that game was,
I don't know how you would
define that.
Non-routine seems pretty self-explanatory.
Yes, sir.
I guess with the way it's written, if you leave it open for all votes to be able to be done in special meetings, not that you guys are going to do it, but what about, 3 years from now, a different chair, different body for some reason, and they decide to just do all special meetings so that they never have to do this in person because they can do all votes. My suggestion, and obviously I don't have a vote, I'm not even on the board anymore, but you will not have any votes for anything not on the agenda, and what is on the agenda for a special meeting has to be a truly special meeting, something that cannot wait, something that you have to decide now. And that's the only thing you can vote on in those meetings. That would be my suggestion.
Only votes relevant to the agenda.
Yeah,
Until the
only
special-
special meetings could only,
The agenda of the special meeting could be confined to
emergencies.
The specifics, reason for which the meeting was called.
And then I got a question.
Madam Chair, we don't want emergencies, that we wouldn't want, because we might be doing the rules a lot during special meetings.
Right.
Those aren't emergencies, but we would have to stick to discussing the rules and only vote on
What?
rule type language. We couldn't all of a sudden start talking about Schaefer in that
Yeah.
special meeting and
And vote on.
something with,
This is something that you said that, because we need to move on, we got a lot on the agenda left, subjects, but this is important. But did you say this is something we don't need to vote on?
we cannot vote on it today.
Okay.
Because now we have to take this language that we just talked about, put it in there, take out my vocal paragraph that I tried to get done, and actually have a bylaws that we can vote for, and it has to come out 10 days before the next meeting. So at the next meeting, we should be prepared to vote
Well,
on.
I have something I want to get put in into the bylaws, and I don't know how you feel about it, but I don't want to discuss it and take up more time of the committee. But I guess I'm gonna write it up and whatever, and then share it, or how should we go about that?
And we would probably vote on this one at the next meeting. You would have language you would present that we could, maybe not language, but an idea.
Yeah, it's an idea.
Yeah, and then it would have to be written up and voted on at a follow.
Later meeting.
Later meeting than that.
Okay. just want to know the process.
Madam Chair.
Madam
Yeah.
Chair,
Yes, Christie.
to circle back with Seth's suggestion.
Okay.
Are we going to put in there, the following items cannot be voted on during a special meeting? And then, it talks about the major non-routine. Do we need to put in there, or do you guys want to put in there, any item that wasn't on the presented agenda at
I agree.
That's like,
Special meeting.
I take that to put on there, you can't vote on anything that wasn't on the presented agenda. I think that's what I'm trying to say.
The published agenda.
Because
When we put it out there, we're putting out there what's going to be discussed, right? Okay,
So you want me to add that?
Yeah, well,
The language that we
Yeah.
vote on?
and
But
so-
does that take away from, Madam Chair, does that take
Yeah.
away from does that reduce the broad spectrum of what Chris was suggesting, leave ourselves the broadest range possible? I mean, if we don't have to confine it any more than what's the minimum dictated by law, I'm not sure we should.
Steph, I'm gonna recognize you.
Yes,
Just
ma'am.
trying to say something. Go ahead, then I'm gonna say something.
I would just like to point out, as the only non-OVRC member licensee in the room, if you have decided now that you're going to do the rules only by the OVRC, you are taking out another part of the rules for a subcommittee that should be put together for the rules and have as many, as people said in this room numerous times, they want as many people involved as they can, but you're not going to have as many people involved if you're having special meetings and then people in subcommittees, you make your discussions and you decide what recommendations you're going to go. But if you don't allow non-committee members in there to have their say, or to have their say heard by way of being able to suggest and vote and all those types of things in the meetings, I would prefer that you don't do rules outside of the subcommittee so that we can, by our bylaws, allow as many people that wants to be in it, like myself, to be in the rules committee so that we can get more than just this single view. And my second thing, real quick, can we get the bylaws put on the OOD website?
Once that's why they haven't been on there. We've been revising them, but absolutely.
I'm sorry, but we have bylaws right now that we have to abide by. Can't we put those on and just take that one down when we have a new one? Because we have a week after it's passed for you guys to share it or post it or whatever.
Sure.
Has it been shared since the last one since the last
Madam
bylaw
Chair.
change?
Yes, Sally.
I was just gonna say, the most recent one we had on file is 2017. I don't know if there's anything.
What about the?
Amended in March.
Right, but we don't own those bylaws, and I didn't receive a new copy if there was a new copy.
Yeah, it was supposed to be sent to the BE program within 10 days.
And
So does
Madam
that
Chair,
mean
it
that
was
that
as
bylaw
part of
doesn't?
the minutes and part of the recommendations that passed, it was sent to. But, Madam Chair?
Yes,
I do
ma'am.
want to address one thing that Steph said. Actually, what you're talking about, Steph, there is more room for participation in a special meeting than in a subcommittee meeting. That's why we decided to do away with a subcommittee for rules and make it a full committee, open meeting where everybody could participate. So the special meetings, just because rules are so incumbent, we all didn't want to come be in the room week after week after week, because it takes up so much time. We hold special meetings just to make it more open for everybody and have more participation.
Okay, anything else, or do you, so can we move to the next thing? And I know this is an important topic, but we're.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just one more thing.
Yes.
When the language is, when you have your final language, I would request as an operator, that's sent out to not only me, but to all operators, so that you guys can receive the feedback from your constituents, and they know exactly what you're going to vote on in 10 days, because it has to be, 10 days before the meeting? So if that language could go out to everybody, that shouldn't be a
Wind
question.
up being a week. Week before. And we'll make sure that we, the operators get copies of what we got. And I'm sorry, Nat, what was you saying?
No, I thought you were asking me something.
No,
I'm sorry.
I just was trying to make sure we get everything, the rest of this agenda.
Yeah, Madam Chair, like,
Yes.
I think we're gonna have to talk about this next meeting, because
Okay.
I'm still confused too, just based off the conversations.
Mhm.
You know, subcommittees is still a part of these bylaws.
Yeah.
And it's my understanding, Seth, to your point, in the past, you know, subcommittees were just 2 or 3 people, but now we are being told that everything has to be an open meeting. So while you might have a subcommittee meeting, which is also a special meeting, it will still be open to anyone and everyone to participate. I think that's what, we're all on the same page in that, by what I just
It
said?
would be open to, but whoever is chairing that subcommittee could choose whether to allow people to speak.
Okay.
Because it's a subcommittee, it would only consist of a limited number of people assigned by the chair. But there would be a chairperson of that subcommittee, and it would be that person's job if they wanted to keep it to just a few people to speak, because no one has to allow others to speak. We're very open though in big meetings, you know, full OVRC meetings, and that's why we decided to have the rules discussed in those, because we wanted more participation.
So are the rules going to be special meetings and not subcommittee, where then
Yeah,
the
I would
special
think-
meeting
I think
then
it
comes to the full
it would-
for a recommendation?
It would be up to Madam Chair.
Okay.
I would think
I
so.
want the participation of the operators.
Yes.
So I would say the special meetings, it would be in the special meetings, if that is where all operators can participate. But that is something that has to do with how many, that's probably one of my things as well. That's what I want to ask about, how many people there, how many subcommittees that people can, of us committee members can serve on. Because we need to make sure that we're getting participation of non-committee members, and people who want to participate, like such as Seth and other people. So I think as far as our rules, you know, and I know this can get into, but I think that some of our constituents have good ideas as well of how to improve our program. So the more that we have, and the more input, the better off our program, you know, can be.
Yes, Madam Chair?
Yes.
As far as the rules go, we used to do a subcommittee. And, you know, half a dozen folks in the Bureau would get together and we'd come up with draft rule language. Then we would present it to the full committee and to the constituents at large. Well, what ended up happening was when the full committee got hold of it and constituents got hold of it, they didn't like what the subcommittee did. So you ended up going through the whole thing.
Going through the whole process.
Anyway, so it just works better to have it open and everyone having a chance to weigh in throughout the process. Makes the process slower from the start.
Yes.
But it does, in the long run, have it where, because you'd have to almost start over again, because some people want to see it and then it'd be the draft, you put it before the committee and they say, well, where'd you come up with this idea? You know?
Yes, Keith?
Well, I want to just, y'all said a whole lot, I mean, a whole lot.
We talk a lot.
Yeah. But to simplify, what if, you know, could be on 2 of these committees? That way it will ensure the participation of more licensees. You know what I'm saying?
He's talking about committee members.
Subcommittee.
Yes.
Committee members can't be on more than 2
2 committees.
Or
that-
subcommittees.
So more people can get involved, participate, and not ask all the questions, be a part of it.
And that's something I was gonna present later. So, because that's I think we're getting.
Madam Chair, I think that'll be a big discussion.
Yes, that goes on a different topic. But the question, so we're not voting on it?
Yeah, I understand. I'm just asking.
No.
Okay, go ahead, Chris.
I just, this body always has public participation access available in our monthly meetings. I think that the development of rules language is not best done in a room of 15 or 20 people because involves a lot of wordsmithing. It requires some people who are really dedicated to a depth of understanding the rules that, not, people who have an agenda on a certain topic, want to see, I want to see rule three changed this way because I don't like the way selection's going. I think it's really, really important that the committee process is designed for the purpose of the subcommittee process is designed for the purpose of trying to identify people who have maybe the necessary skills to take a deep dive on a particular topic.
Okay, Chris.
And that isn't everybody.
Yeah.
And that isn't everybody. And so I think when you get into crafting rules or talk about a budget discussion or something, it's best to try to identify a few people who you think are most capable, most knowledgeable in this area, and then have them bring their recommendations, just the way we were talking about earlier with the local committee bringing recommendations to this body on, say, the combination of 439 and 440. Have them bring their recommendations. Of course, at this level, there's more active participation from those who weren't on the subcommittee as well as other licensed operators.
Okay, let's argue that point another day. Let's move on because we have some other stuff we need to get to, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to control our time. Sharonville Post Office update, Orville.
Madam Chair, I followed up with the post office. They have a couple of their executive leadership individuals on vacation. So we are going to look at setting up a meeting in September.
I know you and Christie had a meeting with them. Can we quickly give the committee an overview of what that meeting was like, Christie?
Madam Chair.
Yeah, that's fine.
So Christy and I, we did have a meeting with some representatives from the Sharonville Post Office, as well as a couple representatives from DC regarding the removal of the microwaves and condom stands at the post office. I would say that one of the guys who was from Cincinnati, he was like a regional area manager in Michigan. He did bring up that in Michigan, they had some facility changes to where they had removed the vending from the floor. I don't know why he brought that up, but he brought that up. And he said it was very successful there in Michigan. We did let the post office know that we have two operators at Sharonville. We have an operator who runs the vending on the floor, and we have someone who operates the vending in the cafeteria. Their investigation is still going. They are not really looking to have the machines reinstated at this time.
The microwaves.
Active investigation. Microwaves, I'm sorry. We did, let them know that, they had breach of the permit. We did get some support from the DC representative, letting them know that, yes, we are still in an active permit. It does not expire. It does lay out that there are microwaves in these areas. But I've been talking with Sabrina, like, hey, you see anything different? And those microwaves, they're still not in there. So again, the next plans are to have an on-site meeting with the UC, the representatives from the Cincinnati Post Office there to see what else we can do.
I think if we are, and this one for Sabrina, how far are we willing, willing to, because if this gentleman from Michigan is, because we have vending and this kind of thing on the floor, we have this kind of same situation Sabrina has at other post offices here in Ohio. But what are we going to, I don't see nothing moving for Sabrina's sake to resolve this issue, or, how can we, are we monitoring her sales and making sure that she's letting Oracle?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
yes, and Ms. Sabrina and I, we did talk a little bit
earlier today, and I told her the best thing, for her to do is, look at what she's offering. If there's no microwaves, cut back on ordering frozen. She can also, introduce cans instead of bottles. We've talked about maybe, if they did remove the vending from the floor, then is there another area on the other side of the post office that we could, convert into a break room? And that's something that, again, I'm going to bring up to the representatives there, but, I'm not sure how much, power we have if they come to us and say, hey, we want to remove the vending.
Well, I feel that we have a right to be there, and for her to have to change all what she sells and just evaluate her facility for something that she wasn't even involved in. The issue wasn't with her. And, I understand, but for her to have to go from bottles to cans, and that definitely affects your profitability and everything else.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Dave.
I am confused that you're going to have another meeting with the Cincinnati representatives. These are the same ones that removed the microwaves in the first place. How is that going to go anywhere to resolving this? And aren't they in violation of a permit, which is enforceable?
And Orville?
Dave is correct. The meeting, they came from the RSA coordinator from DC. She was saying she did recommend the next thing for us to do is to all meet in person. I will say that the individuals who were on the call from UC were not individuals who I think, removed the microwaves. These from the post office, they were different. So, I'm excited for this, meeting to happen. So I can see who's going to be a part of that meeting, and if they're the same individuals who's on the phone call.
Christy, did you get a chance to write your letter, or you held off, or what was the?
So let me add, Madam Chair, I'll add to what Orville was saying. I did write a letter to the person in DC, who's the Randolph Shepherd liaison. She put this meeting together. As part of this meeting, she was present. I think there was a person at the local, there was a local guy that was a part of it. There was this Michigan guy who again was, the permit is from 2002. It even says that we want a cafeteria, which we don't. But it clearly says that we have microwaves in these break rooms. So what Orville did following up is, please tell us when you're going to be within the permit and put those microwaves back. But they did say that they are changing the post office regulations, not just in Cincinnati, but throughout the country. They did it up in Michigan, where they're removing vending from the floor because it's some safety issue. In addition, they repeated 5 times that what happened at that post office, Sharon, there's a big, huge investigation. They can't get into it. There's indictments. She had nothing to do with it, of course. But we're trying to preserve her vending there. And, I looked at the sales. She makes like $102,000 with all those break rooms, where Mark Albrecht at the old cafeteria makes like 92. We need to preserve her vending. But right now, what we're saying is put the microwaves back. But they said that they are going to open up and want to change the permit. We're not going to initiate that. But in the meantime, we're asking for the microwaves to go back. That's our angle right now. If they continue to go down the path that the long-term plan is to remove vending from the floor, one of our suggestions is to create another big break room opposite from where Mark is to retain the business that Sabrina has. I know Mike left the room. Well, he's right there too. I'm sure also that they are getting, and I hope they're getting, pushback from the employees too, and their union saying, hey, we would like our pop and candy that we've been used to. But at the end of the day, I'm not quite sure, what we're working on it. I don't know what more we could be doing to force. We're saying you're not following the current permit. And there is ramifications, and that's what we've been talking to Sabrina, that I don't want to jeopardize her business further. And while the microwaves were removed, I don't want them to remove a vending machine at all whatsoever.
Well, you just said something that is a possibility, that I think that when you have that meeting, can you go in and look and see if there's another area opposite? Like you said, that's a great idea, and set her up over there, and then she can get her microwave there. And then try to limit this, not being on the floor to this post office, but working it out within, I think that could work, you know, the problem out there with, let us, be able to do that.
Madam Chair.
Seth,
Seth can go first, that's fine.
Seth, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was out of the room at the beginning of this. I'm very perplexed by what Christie said about they no longer, they're doing it countrywide, no longer having vending machines on the floor. What is the definition of the floor? Is a break room, is a break area included as the floor if it only has a half wall? I mean, because this will affect everybody.
I know. I know.
Like half of the main post office downtown, I trained down there when I first came in. He has like one break area, maybe two break areas. Everything else is just on the walkway.
So, yeah, and I agree, but Madam Chair, it was a guy from Michigan. The good news is he says he's about to retire. The lady from Washington said, now, let's not talk about removing vending machines. But, you know, decisions are made in DC about these. I think the post office is so massive. You know, there's regional decisions, there's national decisions, and just like anything else, I think each post office does its own thing sometimes too. I'm just reporting what they said. We're kind of walking a tightrope, but still pushing for her to, you know, retain her business and get the microwaves back. But I'm also being transparent on telling you what was mentioned in that call where this guy said, oh, that's against regulations for the post office, and we removed them from the floor. And, you know.
Well, I do understand that because there is an investigation going on, that we are limited.
Yes.
And you know, and there's some other factors that's affecting, you know, even though we have the priority, we don't supersede when there's law enforcement and all that kind of stuff.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Dave.
Surely there is a methodology to enforcing a permit though. And when, for either side, when the other side is breaching the permit in some kind of way, surely there's a methodology of enforcing the permit. And there should be here too, but that I think out of fear of something bigger, that's not being pursued, and it should be.
So, Madam Chair, no, I don't think that's it at all. We're gonna still push for the microwaves. I think their response to that is that it is still under active investigation and there are federal indictments at play. But we're still going to push for the microwaves to be put back, and, you know, prior suggestions too of like bolting them to the wall, whatever we can possibly do. But I don't think, I mean, yes, we could say that, and we have said, you're in breach of the permit. I don't care about your indictment, you're in breach of the permit. We're still working on that.
Madam Chair.
Chris.
Essentially, if I had, knowing that I'm newer to this body than a lot of you more experienced, most of you are more experienced than I am, but a breach of permit would, in severe situations, trigger a request for a 119 hearing. And I don't think that that's the next right thing in this situation when we're trying to preserve the opportunity for Sabrina. Because they do, in the end, have the authority to say we don't find vending machines on the work floor of our postal facility to be suitable anymore. They have that authority. And if, you know, you gotta have enough good sense to say, okay, we're not gonna press them too hard with a 119 hearing to try to deal with this breach because we really want to try to preserve the relationship. And I think that's what I hear Christie say.
Well, that's fine.
And this business is about relationships and mutual respect. If you go pressing people too hard, hey, press back.
Well, that's why I was suggesting, and with Oracle and Christie spoke to, is there somewhere else we could move for and we could restore her business? It may be not on the floor at this particular post office, and wherein she can, you know, do business and, you know, and get back to what, you know, she does. And, you know, if that's a possibility when they talk to those people, you know, in that September meeting, because I don't think at this point, because of the theft and because of the stuff that they had going on, that they're probably will be willing to do that. But are, you know, if they're, you know, are they open to, okay, let's relocate and do something different, you know, and where the operator's business is being restored. Anything else on this topic?
Madam Chair?
Yeah, yes, Frank.
I was going to say, I wanted to ask, and I know, I think last month Annette had suggested that the program reach out, in addition to talking to whoever else they talk to, reach out to Terry Smith. We do pay for that subscription yearly, so Terry could be a resource. I'm not saying he's gonna solve it, but, I don't know, he might know somebody somewhere, or might have a couple suggestions that we're not, or management isn't thinking of. Don't know the answer to that, but we won't know unless we ask.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mark?
Seth.
Oh, Steph, I'm sorry, Seth.
It's okay. I guess my question is, are the machines on the floor not part of where they're supposed to be per the permit?
Madam Chair, they're in 4 break rooms. In the original permit from 2002, I think there was 5. She told me there's 4 break rooms, and I think they are sprinkled on the floor. Again, this is a big sorting thing. What he's saying is that in Michigan, they consolidated all the break rooms to one specific area that everyone had to go to. And again, that just happened in Michigan. And what we're saying is that, you know, we want everything restored back to what it was supposed to be.
I wonder if that, Chrissy, did that displace another, I mean, we don't know how it's set up in Michigan, we're in Ohio, and, I mean, was it more than one, operator in that location? Maybe it wasn't a problem, but now we have 2 operators in this location. And like I
Correct.
said, you know, we may have to look at, doing something, different, but, well, I guess we just, we'll table it until, you know, we see what happens in this, but I don't think it would hurt to maybe even Chrissy ask Terry Smith, or I don't know, the committee members can do it, find out if there's something that someone he knows or whatever, other than our liaison in Washington, that, can find out any other information. Has some influence.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I can call Terry Smith.
Mhm.
I can tell him what we did. I'm not quite sure, again, what he can necessarily do. We're working it, but I can call Terry Smith.
Oh, I'm just thinking maybe some suggestions. I mean,
Sure.
the more minds on something, maybe he can think of something that, because he has a pulse on what's going on around the country as well. Maybe he can give us a suggestion on which way we should go.
Madam Chair.
But I think at this point, yes.
I would just like to point out that this is another great example of why the committee should probably get a list of BGAs and things like that, where we're operating under a permit and we have machines and spaces that aren't supposed to be there per the permit, and that will allow the post office to move them if they want to. And that's something we should try to actively avoid, like at DSCC and at other places where we have up-to-date permits and BGAs, to make sure that we are where we're supposed to be, so they just can't come in and willy-nilly go, you're not supposed to be there, get out, even though we let you move.
Madam Chair, I think we are supposed to be there.
I'm sorry, Frank, what you
I said, I believe we are supposed to be there.
Yeah, we
Machines
are.
where they're supposed
Yeah,
to be.
they're where they're supposed to be. It's just that they had an issue and basically a raid of their own facility, or whatever you want to call it, lack of a better word. And somebody came through and just said, get rid of the microwaves because they were hiding whatever it is. They were using our microwaves with unintended, what it was intended for. And so, you know, we got caught up in the middle. But let's move on, guys, because we got more things. Let's see, DSCC update. DSCC communications. I know they're supposed to have another power situation on the 18th. what is our updates on that, Sally, or whoever wants to speak to that?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes.
We did have a call with the DSCC operators and DSCC to talk about this process and what it needs to look like. They are trying to do better at getting ahead of this instead of waiting until the day before. So Andrea, who's our new Steve Coulson, has been trying to work with us to do this. Now, we did have another incident this week where Scott heard from an employee in the building that the tower was supposed to be out all next week at this location.
Next week?
But that was not true. So that's why we trust but verify, right?
Okay.
So Andrea was able to confirm with their facilities group that that is not true. It's only going to be on the 20th, as they'd said. So, you know, we're trying to stay ahead of this and really work with them to get better information.
Now,
But it is improved slightly.
Is this the base-wide one that's coming up?
There are multiple, so there are some that just affect Debbie, some that affect Debbie and Mark, some are just Scott. So it's, I guess it's not the whole base all at the same time, and that they were able to clarify that for us.
Now, did we work out how, what Debbie and Scott doing with their product? I mean, did we work, because I know we talked about maybe a generator, this, that, and the other. Is that still necessary, or did the base help us figure out what to do with their product?
Madam Chair, the base is assisting, they're providing us with cards and plastic wrap, and once the operator has everything carded, they're wrapping it, and the facilities group is taking it to a walk-in fridge or freezer.
Okay. So, very good. Anything else on this topic? Any news or anything else we need to go? Okay, we're gonna talk about time of service awards. And I put this on because Debbie and Chris, even Chris Johnson here, even mentioned something about this where it's not seniority that's where we were discussing. Because they don't have a problem with that. We're talking about time of service, of how long they've been members, licensed operators by your license. And they would like to see recognition for those people who have, you know, for time of service. And I think we just need to maybe fix the language, or, you know, come up with some kind of language where we could recognize those people and making sure that because, you know, you spend 30-some years doing something, you know, you deserve to be recognized.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think all we need to do is, when we do the awards at statewide, base that on licensure date. Has nothing to do with seniority.
Okay.
And we never call it seniority.
Yes.
We call it years licensed or something like that.
Anniversary.
And, yeah, anniversary of license.
And I like that.
Yes. And I think it's as simple as that.
Yes, I agree. Anything else, or do we need to vote? We got to vote on that, I believe.
That would be necessary.
Yeah, and if we could, as much, Chris, as much as we could, I think, try to change the vernacular around and get rid of this term time of service period, and just call this a licensure anniversary award or licensure anniversary recognition to reduce the amount of confusion, because time of service does imply something akin to seniority versus a licensure anniversary basically harkens back to when you and your comrades took the training together.
Well, I would just say, just call it anniversary.
Yeah, your fifth.
Could it be as simple as that, in that?
No, I don't think so. Your fifth, your 20th, your
Yeah.
30th.
ADP anniversary?
Yeah, something like that.
License.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would just have to say that we do have people sitting on the bench right now that have been sitting on the bench for years, but what if somebody comes in and doesn't bid something for the first 5 years? Are they to be recognized at our statewide meeting for time of service for never bidding in 5 years? I do think that seniority has a lot to do with it, because seniority is you working in the program and you doing that. That's just my 2 cents.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
At some points, the license would be inactive. So I don't think it would matter that they would end up having to go back and redo their license by what our current rules say. So I don't know that that would happen.
Do we need to do?
And I think what people really like about that, and this is obviously for the operators' enjoyment, those of us who have been here long enough to have been through the classes, I think folks like being recognized with their classmates.
Yes.
That I think is the key. That's something we're missing now, but it was an important time for many of us. And I think that's what people would really like to have happen.
So, do we need to make a motion to change that language?
We'll do it. Madam Chair, I'd like to move that at statewide, we recognize licensure anniversaries instead of seniority.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Mark seconded.
Was that Mark Ward seconded?
Any more discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So, are you saying inception of class, or are you saying in service for our facility?
No, it's not seniority. We're talking about just what year did you get licensed?
96.
Okay, we're gonna recognize you as your anniversary date for 1996.
So next year you'll be 30.
Yeah.
Okay.
So instead of doing the seniority, so people have an opportunity to be recognized for their time as being a licensed BE operator, instead of the seniority. Any more discussion?
Madam Chair, so are
Yes.
we doing,
Yes, Frank.
do I understand? Okay, so are we doing away with recognition of seniority?
Madam Chair, yes, I would say that your seniority only applies for the things that it applies for in the rules. For example, a tiebreaker on a selection. That would still be seniority in how seniority is defined, which is time actually served under an agreement.
This is strictly just recognizing how long you have been in the BE, licensed BE operator.
In the BE family.
In the BE program. And,
Oh, I said you gotta call for a vote. If there's a
okay, I
motion.
know, I'm gonna call for a vote. Any more discussion? Okay, Annette?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
And I vote yes. And did I miss anyone?
Good job.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next thing.
Passed unanimously.
Upward mobility training around technology. Now, Chris, you sent me something that I thought was a good idea, but I'm going to put out there one reason, or one of the things that I was talking to Chris and Chris Saban, and I thought that it would be, and I presented Annette and Christy with this idea that we, Chris, lead up our mobility, our training on, we were talking about these Zoom or whatever platform we're using to do our subcommittee, our subcommittee meetings, and special meetings, that we need someone to teach most of us how to use that technology, and he is used to using that, and he's right here, he's familiar with our so I thought maybe that we could pay him to do our upward mobilities, and one of the things that he pointed out to me that he needed to be certified, so I presented that, is it possible that we could pay for him to get certified and do some of our technology training for specific to our program. Now, Christy and Annette pointed out some issues with that, but, and if you all want to speak to what you, Annette, what we talked about.
Well, Madam Chair, I like the idea of Chris doing it for the obvious reason he's a blind guy. And we're all blind, ladies and gentlemen. And so a lot of times it's having a sighted person teach people who use, screen readers sometimes doesn't work quite as well because that's not what they're used to doing.
Right.
I thought it was pretty good, having someone who's familiar with, especially if we could possibly use Zoom or use Teams as
Teams, yeah.
to teach that, because there's a lot of things we don't do. I personally know that Chris is with Zoom, because I've done enough things with him and others with NFB that he's been part of. So I think it's a good thing.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Amy?
I think that we would probably, on the Bureau side, have to do some research into the procurement rules surrounding that. Like, I wish we could just be like, yeah, Chris, come, we'll pay you. But it's a little bit more complicated than that. So I think we'd have to do a little bit of research and get back to you guys on exactly what that process is going to be.
That'd be good. I just figured, especially since a lot of people in this program is transitioning and, more and more we're getting into more technology and tech stuff. With our readings and stuff. Chris, the link you sent me, can you explain what you were?
Well, yes, that would be one of the alternatives. Certainly I could probably provide training on Zoom or Teams, but I am certainly not the expert. The link that I did send Yvette some information. There's several firms that already exist in the space of technology training and so forth that provide virtual trainings on Zoom and Teams and what have you. And there's a particularly good firm that I've used. Unfortunately, they're out of the UK. It's called Hartkin Consultancy, Brian Hartkin. And he has a particularly comprehensive, it's like a 6.5 hour training on Teams. It's called Winning Teams. It's from 2023. And that's the link that I sent him. And it also contains JAWS scripts for those who are using JAWS. I don't know how to be familiar with using JAWS scripts, but there are some really critical features of Teams. Like Annette, you were asking last month about, how can people determine if they had their camera on, which is part of the new laws for virtual meetings. Well, there is a way to do that, but it may require specialized scripting in JAWS, which Hartkin Consultancy has, and they have access to along with a 6.5 hour training. And it is something that I had emailed Yvette that the committee and the Bureau should look into in terms of getting people access. I'm not sure how that works with Upward Mobility, since the training is essentially pre-recorded and it's out of the UK, as I mentioned. But it is something that I really feel very strongly, if we're getting into virtual meetings, particularly for those who are facilitating virtual meetings, that it's really critical to have this training.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
For time's sake, I think that we can have the Bureau check into the procurement and then look at these online already training possibilities that Chris mentioned. And
Sounds good. Move on. Chris asked me to put this on the next topic, site assessments and equipment prep.
Chris Johnson, Dayton/Columbus operator. I am currently serving as the temporary operator of two facilities, 1083 and 1084, which are 1083 is the Ohio Fire Academy and 1084 is the Bureau of Criminal Investigation and Ohio Peace Officer Training Academy. At Ohio Fire Academy, that's 6 machines, 3 groups of 2 machines, and then at the Opata BCI facility, it's 5 groups of 2 machines, yeah, I know I'm boring. So specifically, the site assessments process, I believe, is reliant on a document that the program uses that doesn't ask enough relevant questions. I have no desire to criticize anybody, but I can tell you that at this Ohio Fire Academy situation, for example, we have 6 machines, which during the month of July, one of the hottest months of the year, we had more 90-degree days in July than any other month on record.
Right.
But there ain't no global warming, don't worry about that. Anyway, yeah, that was a sidebar. It was a super hot month, and yet those 6 machines only did $1,560. There are 3 Bev Maxes there that did 228, 358, I think it was, and $440. None of those sales numbers are adequate to support a Bev Max. I understand that, staff made a good faith effort here, but I believe that our site assessment form, we should be getting more information to help us make better decisions about how we place equipment. Because essentially, I've resigned to that temporary contract effective on the 29th because there's just not enough sales to justify the work involved, and I'm constantly taking product out of equipment and taking it someplace where I can move it faster. I spent a good chunk of Thursday morning doing that, removing several cases of cold drinks in order to take them down to an account where they can move faster, and some chip product as well. So what I'm going to ask for, I don't think this is something we can hash out the minutia of what questions should be asked in today's meeting, but I'd ask for this body to resolve that that your services for the visually impaired business enterprise program staff work with an appointed member of this committee to revise the site assessment form so that we might collect more information to make informed choices before purchase and installation of equipment.
So moved.
I have a question.
I just made the motion to that effect.
Okay.
If you want the language, Chris, I'll give it to you after.
Recite, okay, well, actually revise, I just have revised site assessment form.
Yeah, it says essentially that this body resolves that the DEP staff should work with an appointed member.
Work with appointed members of this committee
to revise the site assessment document for the purpose of getting better information to make
informed
site
decisions.
determinations.
That will be my motion, that's my motion.
Okay, do you have a second?
Yes.
Determinations. Who's that? Who's seconded? Keith?
No.
He seconded.
Yes, discussion.
Yeah, so my question is, did July being the hottest month at Firefighter Academy, they weren't out doing fires because they usually don't send their guys out in full gear to train when they don't have to with the heat stroke. So was there enough people at the place for it? And for Opata, I went to Opata 7 times, and I'll tell you one thing, those pop machines were never loaded. So guys that go in, because Opata's not just a new group of people over time, it's the same people from all over the state. That's where the state does all its training for police. After the academy, every class and all that, these guys go through there, they don't even bother to bring it anymore. I don't know if you've made a change for that, I hope so, but like I said, I went there 7 times, and there was times I would go to the 4th machine before they had something in stock. So that might be another issue with the low sales.
I do have a question though. What is your assessment that how much does the machine need to make to justify? Because Bev Maxes is the only thing that we can do to offer the variety. You can't offer the variety in a stacker.
Well, you can't offer more than 10 selections in a stacker. Or actually, some Pegasus, I think you can offer like, what is at 12. But,
But what I mean by like iced coffees or something like that, you can't offer that in the stacker. Is it that the facility has too many machines?
essentially, the problem is that the way this particular location is designed, there are several questions. I didn't want to get into the details of this specific facility, but there are things that weren't recognized at the time of the site assessment that are really relevant. The first thing is that as part of the training fee that is paid for people to go there, it includes free beverages. They give them beverages. They're buying wholesale from ABI, or I'm sure they're paying more than wholesale, but they're buying from ABI and then having that product available for the trainees, young men usually, 20, 25 years old, to fill up coolers every day that they can then carry around from the building they train in over to the cafeteria when they have lunch back, and then they've got a free fountain included with their lunch, and they get big old slabs of pie with every meal, lunch and dinner, in addition to, full course meals. It is not a very lucrative situation. And it's not lucrative because of so much that they're providing in the way of food and beverages on site already. They have an ABI cafeteria there, they provide the free beverages there. And the classes are far, far smaller than, say, over at the Corrections Academy. They have classes of 25 to 35, and they'll run them every couple of weeks. There's gaps, right now I'm on about a 2-week gap in between classes when the location of 6 machines is doing $25 a day, and we're lucky. Because the staff don't buy very well, and like I say, all the cadets are getting free, so they're not buying extra either. And it's not specific to this facility. The form doesn't ask questions that really ought to be spoken to. There's a question on here about competing food service, but competing and on-site are a heck of a lot different.
Yeah, yes.
Right? Yes. The question of, do potential customers have other resources where they don't have to pay for their food and beverages? For example, we know a lot of buildings now have water coolers in the building, or ice machines in the building. And we're not getting that information, and all that's important for us to be able to make valid site determinations.
And what's another thing, where is this sign?
It's on Main Street out past Taylor.
That's Columbus?
Yeah, that's Columbus. It's call it, say, it's considered Reynoldsburg.
So was the local consultant, the local committee?
Local committee, Mark, Misty.
Was you all involved with what went into that?
We just was involved with the part, where Chris was temping it, and that's about it until I talked to him the other day.
Site determination.
Okay. And what went in, okay.
And so I'm not trying to, I just want to say that we need to revise this form so that when the specialist does the assessment, that better information is being used to make a decision as to what we should install. Because right now, we've got $50,000 worth of equipment sitting in a facility that it has netted to me in the first 6 weeks of operation, not counting August, $226.
Okay, let's take the vote. Annette?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
And
Frank?
I'm sorry, Frank.
I don't know what the motion is.
Dave?
The
Okay.
motion was to revise the document that the consultants use when they're doing site assessments.
Oh,
And
yeah.
have
To work for the bureau, to work with the committee, to work with the committee member.
that was what it-
Yes.
Okay, and I vote yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Since we're not set up for virtual just yet, and the motion did say to appoint an individual, my recommendation would be to appoint Chris Johnson to work with the.
Do we have a second?
That's not a motion
Oh, that's
per
not a
se, that's
motion,
just
that's just a
recommendation to you.
Oh.
Because you're the appointee. You are the appointer.
Chris, that's
Yes, I want to serve next
But
time.
I want to make sure that it comes back to the committee to see what you all revised.
Oh, you have to, yeah.
And you want to see a draft document
Yes.
before the
Before this.
agency has it
What we're
adopted.
using. How much time you got, guys?
Very little.
3 minutes.
Schaefer,
3 minutes.
3 minutes, what's the
So we got a
Schaefer?
couple,
Yeah, we do have a couple other.
Oh, is there a couple other things?
Yeah.
well, we get those, Madam Chair, before we hit Schaefer. 'cause Schaefer-
Okay, let's get those other things.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is Lindsay.
Yes, ma'am.
So I spoke to, so regarding statewide for 2026, we talked about Hawkins Hills. So I called, they do not have availability when we want it. So we discussed Mohican, which is closer, it's the next closest kind of to the middle. They do have availability, so we could do that May 1st and 2nd
What part?
at Mohican.
About an hour north of Columbus.
Huh? What'd you say?
An hour north of Columbus.
Okay, did anybody check that out? I mean, is it?
We have not yet, no. I just talked to her this week. So hasn't gotten a contract or anything. I said I wanted to talk to you guys first, to make sure it was good. Me and Chrissy do want to go down and visit it. But they have breakout rooms. They have a big ballroom that would be able to fit us. We spoke about dinner and how that was a big issue. So she had a couple suggestions. They can do a buffet style dinner if that's something that we want to do.
I think that's fair.
So we could talk about what options they could have, or a time dinner. So I could always send out a survey, or if you guys want to discuss it here, whatever you guys want to decide. We obviously don't have to have that right now. We would just have to have it about 2 months in advance. 6 weeks, I think.
I think I would like to know, after you all check it out, and you put this back on the agenda for next month, was that within this month you guys were gonna?
Madam Chair, we
Yes.
do need to make a decision and get into a contract. If you want, you could come with us, or any representative here could come with us. The second part, not to take away Lindsay's stuff, is that, one of the suggestions too is that the other one, hockey, we could put our name in pencil for the 2026 right now.
2027. 2027. I think so.
However, we would have to do April. So it seems like somehow we got away with doing it at Deer Creek, the way that we did it, but we shouldn't have been able to, because the contract that we have with the state parks ends in April. So if we want to do Hocking Hills for 2027, we would have to do an April date, which, you guys typically are okay with an April date. So the one.
Do you think that would be an issue?
No, I don't think so. We could probably look at doing that. And Madam Chair, I'd like to volunteer to go check out Mohican with you.
And Madam Chair,
That'd be great.
I would like to know how far away from restaurants these things are.
Well, that's what we're gathering, trying to.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I always send out that information with the statewide, let you guys know all of the restaurants that are by, if any of them do Uber Eats or DoorDash, things like that.
Yeah, and that's great, but last year, nothing was anywhere near where we were.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Are we just, is the committee now just not considering hotels?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So the reason that we had decided to do state parks, which we all talked about, and it was decided that that's what we were wanting to do, is because we do have a state contract with them. So it is a lot easier for us to be like, to say this is the date that we want. If you have availability, we're gonna take it. Whereas if we do a hotel, we have to put out that RFP, and we can get anyone. We can get Sheridan again, which was terrible, and we would have to take them because they are the ones that bid.
That's the one with the bathrooms that were closed, right?
Yeah, the great place.
Madam Chair,
Yes, and
I just would like to, we did ask that do a survey, we got some response, and then I did a hand clap survey while we were there, and we did have a fairly overwhelming response that our constituents like looking at the state.
Madam Chair, we want to.
But Madam Chair.
Yes, yes.
Just
Dave.
because the people, when it's made to appear that they have no choice but to go there, because there's a contract with the state parks, there's still people that would rather or choose to go to a hotel.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I did send out a survey to ask. I didn't get a lot of responses. I sent it out a couple times. And overwhelmingly, the people that did respond did want to add another state park. So I mean, I don't care to go. Obviously, we can go wherever you guys want to go. If you want to put out an RFP, that's totally fine. But state parks are nice. They've all been redone. Mohican's been redone. Obviously, Hocking Hills is new. So, you know, we know the facility is going to be nice. Obviously, the bathrooms weren't, you know, but at least this place had an alternative, whereas Sheridan did not. They're willing to work with us on dinners. The food, we can do a bigger breakfast this year. We just kind of did bare minimum to see how it would go. So this year we can do more options. They do the box lunch, which we'll be able to do again. But it is obviously your guys' conference. We can do whatever you guys want to do.
Christy, you said that we need to go ahead and schedule, you said, or you gonna, schedule, we need to schedule before your visit or after your visit? I want to make sure I got what you were telling me, so we can lock in the date.
Lindsay?
No, Madam Chair.
Lindsay, I'm sorry.
So, so she said that Mohican is not it's not typically busy in May, which is why we're able to do May 1st and 2nd this year.
Okay.
I mean, we do want to get it in as soon as possible so that we can make sure that we get the date that we want. But I mean, we can go look at it. She's penciled us in. She said basically as long as we're penciled, you know, it'll hold for a little bit. So we can look at it, see how it is. With Hocking Hills, for 2027, they don't have a break room, but I don't know how much we're going to use of breakout room, just with the way that it worked last year. So, you know, we can obviously talk about that more in depth next
I think the breakout session, maybe a few little changes.
Yeah.
Annette, you're going to go?
Yeah, I'll go with them and take a look at.
We're over time. Is this Schaefer thing something we want?
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I had one more comment on the statewide meeting.
Okay.
I think asking people to travel 3 hours to go to a statewide meeting where you are able to get upward mobility for attending, you know, on Friday and attending on Saturday, and depriving people of that, I just think that is wrong.
Toledo, Madam Chair.
Yes,
Toledo's done it every year for.
Madam Chair.
We can also look up transportation. I mean, we suggested that last year as well. I didn't get anyone that wanted
Closer
that.
hotels.
But I can.
Hold on, we're still in session. Lindsay,
But
go
we
ahead.
can definitely look at transportation. We don't want anyone not to go. We want everyone to have that opportunity. So if it is, I mean, obviously, transportation is something that we always think about. So, I mean, we can definitely look up ways if that's something that's needed. Yeah.
How about a Saturday afternoon canoe trip?
Seth?
Yeah.
Okay, Chris?
I've got a bus.
Oh, 1 second, Seth, you want?
Yes, I would just like, on this meeting,
Sorry, what? I'm sorry, hold on. Rick, what you say?
I would like to request that on this trip to Mohican, maybe we do an inquiry as to why this park that is wonderful is available on May 1st and 2nd. I don't know, do they have a bee infestation? I mean, what's going on that nobody around there wants to go for that week,
Well, that's
when
why-
every other one is full?
Well, that's why we're gonna go check it out, to make sure and see, you know, cleaning the rooms and whatever. I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why they said, you know, check it out. We're penciled in right now, we're not locked in. But we're just trying to be ahead of the thing.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Dave.
It sounds like this decision's already been made before we even ask anybody, like with a survey or something. Just because not many people responded to the survey before doesn't mean they won't respond about where they might want to go. And 3 hours is a long haul.
Madam Chair, I've never seen a survey.
I never saw a survey either.
Yeah, well, there was definitely a survey that was sent out. I sent it out a couple times. And I mean, it has not been made at all. We discussed last meeting, that you guys wanted to go to Hocking Hills. Mohican was just the next one. I thought I would call to see so that we had an option to talk about it here. Nothing has been made. There's no contract even been sent. Obviously, we would not do that without talking to you guys. So, no, nothing has been made.
You're just updating us on
Yeah,
where
this
we are.
is just where we are. If you guys want to do it, we'll do it. If not, we won't. It's no harm, no foul.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
then can we put out an RFP for hotels also and see what that offer is? If nothing's set in stone. Just because you put out an RFP doesn't mean that you have
Did we,
to.
well, I think we had a vote that we would go, am I wrong, Annette, didn't we vote?
I don't remember if we voted. I
We
know
did not vote.
discussed about it.
We did not vote.
I
Madam
don't
Chair, we
think
did not vote.
voted.
Okay.
Should
But I
we?
know we discussed it, and the results of the survey was pretty overwhelming.
Yes.
And as far as the 3 hour thing goes, I'll say it again, my Toledo constituents have had to do that year after year after year,
People
so.
from Cleveland, well, we've been doing that when I lived in Cleveland, we used to. But I just say that somebody's gonna have to travel, you
Well,
know.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I wouldn't be against traveling a couple of hours if we're going to a hotel that's around other things like restaurants and things like that. But to go to these state parks where the nearest thing to eat is 45 minutes away unless you want to be stuck with the bad service of the on-site restaurant.
Well, let's do this. Let's go through the site visit. Let's get that information because we don't have it right now. I think Lindsay is trying her best. And do the site visit, come back with the information, and then we can discuss it at a later date. If this is where we want to move forward, it's still early enough in the process if we decide we want to change our minds and do that route. Can't, any objections to that? Okay.
I know you had a second.
Yes.
Yeah, secondary, Madam Chair, secondary rest areas, again, found out that Coca-Cola is subcontracting those out now. We talked about taking those over next March. I have to inform DAS, I think by October 1, we can put this on there, but it's my impression that we're going forth.
Yes.
The good news is that a couple things. One, with the subcontracting, I've already asked DAS, they said that if there was any complaints with Coke, I would still call Coke directly. But I said, hey, I would like the subs, I'd like to know the name of the subs. Thinking that if we got some, if we take over the rest area secondary, an operator could continue with whatever private company's doing it. The one, I'll tell you, the one by Gallup and all of that, it's being done by a company in West Virginia. So I've got those sub-names. In addition, Pickaway County, which used to be outside, they built a building of that secondary. I know Sally and I've been there, and there was 2 machines that Coke put in there. Well, now they removed one. So I called DAS and I said, listen, what is the process of us just removing this one from the contract? Because we could go in there and put a snack and a pop in there, and that's my recommendation. She said all I would have to do is write a letter or email them on Monday, and they can notify Coke, and it's in the contract that we could take that over. My recommendation is to do so, work with the local committee on temping it.
Okay.
Is everyone okay with that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and then, just before when this breaks, I do need to talk to Dave and Frank, Orville and I do, over an email that just came through. So, go on.
Oh, okay.
Don't leave.
Schaefer's, are we gonna table that to?
Table it.
No.
So, Madam Chair, I will just give one update with Schaefer. They've had some issues. I talked to Jim Huber. I just left Marty called. Even the Jim Huber, who, what's his role?
assistant vice president. He himself right now is going on a run. There's an issue with nets, and then I just found out Jeff told us the exact same issue with a GFI cord. No, and Marty mentioned that too. He's like, 10 years ago, our people would have dealt with the Hornets. So they're working on it. I know there's still issues. We're still working with communications. Please, let me know if there are specific issues and I will follow up on them. But we can put that on the agenda again.
Okay, yeah, because Dean had the issues with them, but no, say we're not having anybody, people going on vacation. and
Yes.
Nobody available.
Yep.
And that kind of stuff. So we would probably put this on the agenda again. Do we have a motion to?
Move to adjourn.
Second? Anybody second?
Come
I'll
on,
second it.
someone second it.
I'll second it.
Okay, Mark is seconded.
Mark seconded.
We're adjourned.
All right.